Good morning. Welcome back to our second day of our Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole for December 11th. We are reconvening at 9:02, and we're going to continue on with corporate services, my apologies, section 6.3, Public Works Infrastructure, draft 2026 capital budget, and we left off on page 34 of our budget, and I'll pass the floor over to administration.
Thank you, and good morning, Strategic Planning Committee. I hope you found value so far. I think we've had some great discussions. When we get totally concluded through this, administration will be also talking about some of the items that have come up through the year that just to bring to council's attention. For a quick example, during the summer, we heard from the community of Nordegg the importance of Shunda Creek Road. That's worth a conversation and what council would see as wanting to do there. The gravel road maintenance, if there's a service level expectation change, what would council like to do there? So we look forward to, when we get concluded the entire presentation, to find out council's priorities and make the adjustments necessary. So thank you very much.
Okay, actually, I think if we'll just flip back to page 33, we'll have Kate continue to go through our capital projects. And just so everybody's aware, we have brought in our staff that's available to have that dialogue with council there to provide as much information as you can. The team has made themselves available for us. So please don't feel shy about, seems like we have a good amount of time left. So I say we have the resources here to answer any questions you might have to provide further clarity.
Okay, so we are on page 33 in the wastewater system sections. We'll start off with Caroline Lagoon upgrades. So in 2026, we do have 200,000 budgeted, and this is for detailed design. A little bit of background on this. It has been, in the eyes of Alberta Environment, requiring upgrades for quite some time now. We've seen reports way back to, I want to say, 2017. They've done a lot of studies on it. However, we have received a letter that they do want us to submit a pre-design by July 1st, 2026, and submit an application to do the upgrades to the system by July 1st, 2027. We have engaged an engineering firm, and they have proposed 3 options for the upgrades. They are to have the continuous discharge, which is currently what the system is, and one is a storage. The issue with the storage and the intermittent discharge is the surface area of the pond that we would have to create is quite large. And with the topography and area and housing, it would be extremely difficult to try and find a decent location for the storage pond. They are estimating it to be 150 meters square. There's also a gas line, pipeline, about 1 meter in diameter that also is to the west of our area, so you'd have to drill under it and do the storage there. So we are focusing on the first 2 options that they have provided, and we do feel they are within our budget. However, the unknowns are the existing storage cells. The existing storage cells don't have a way to monitor if they are currently leaking or not. The existing cells have a clay liner, and every time we upgrade, we install a plastic liner, more or less. So that would be the challenge with these upgrades and the cost. However, we do, in conversations with them, they don't see why we will exceed our budget extremely. But again, we'll find this in the detailed design once we submit the pre-design, and we intend to have that report back from our engineering firm with the 3 options, they said, by the end of the month. So we have done it in 2 stages for construction. And the reason the 2 years, we have 27 and 28, is to do the storage cell upgrades. Because you would need one functioning and you do construction on one, and then vice versa the following year.
Councillor Letwin has a comment or question. Go ahead, Councillor Letwin.
You said that we should know within a month about the pre-design? from the
They
engineer?
are going to give us a preliminary engineering report by the end of the month with the three
Preliminary.
options. They have explained the three options to us. However, we don't have a specific report with them yet.
Okay, I'm sorry I missed it because I thought that was going to happen in 2026.
Yeah, the pre-design is due to Alberta Environment with which option we want to proceed with by July 1st, 2026.
Okay, gotcha, thank you.
I don't see any further questions at this time from the committee, so.
Okay.
I just want to comment on.
Oh, yes, sir.
Sorry. So this project, of course, is within the hamlet, the newly formed hamlet of Clearwater County of Caroline. So when the amalgamation was taking place, Municipal Affairs had given clear direction not to include any Hamlet of Caroline, or at that point, Village of Caroline projects within the budget of Clearwater County. So this is one of those projects, and you'll see there's a couple other ones that have never been in Clearwater County's budget before because they were part of another municipality. And Municipal Affairs, even during the amalgamation process in 2024, would not allow any budgeting by Clearwater County for those programs and services because they were their own municipality until January 1st, 2025.
Thank you for the background information.
Okay. So on page 34, we have upgrades to 49th Street within Caroline. So the total length of repairs required is 590 meters, and this was recommended the highest priority based on all infrastructure, so water, sanitary, storm, and roadway. So for 2026, we have budgeted for construction on the south section, and that was identified as the worst. So the length is 210 meters, and the budget includes sanitary, water lines, surface works. And then we've included concrete work and the bottom lift of asphalt. In 2027, we will come and do the remaining 380 meters, and that would be from 51st Ave to 48th Ave, and that would include, again, the sanitary, water line, and surface works. And then in 2028, we would come and do the final top lift of asphalt. This project is one that we identified to get grant funding from the transitional grant that we received from Municipal Affairs, I want to say, yep. So the reason we have identified the project in two different areas is due to funding and restricted surplus and Caroline being new. We included the south 210 meters because we knew we had funding through that grant. And the balance of the project would be covered by county restricted surpluses. This is a project where we do have designed the whole 590 meters. However, that is the reason why we've seen it broken up. So it is ready to go all in 2026 if the committee recommends us to group it more together, or we can do it in the two sections as we currently have. Okay.
Again, I would just comment on those. It says expenditure at the top of this one for some reason, but it should say funding sources for that first section where it says Caroline Capital, Core Infrastructure, and Sewer. So those are different restricted surplus accounts. Caroline Capital restricted surplus is the restricted surplus that came, that was inherited by Clearwater County when the amalgamation happened. So Caroline did have some surpluses, and this is identifying that those dollars would be used in 2026 for this project.
Thank you, and Councillor McKay does have a question or comment at this time.
With regards to the 950 in grant, splitting that up over 2 years, that's not gonna affect that grant? There's no time constraint on it?
We intended before Rhonda found some Caroline money to use the 950 all in 2026. However, when we did fill out our application and identified projects for that, we did explain that we would be done at the end of 2027. So that shouldn't affect it.
Okay.
It's not a typical grant also, it's not like one that's competitive. It was given to Clearwater County for the specific reason of the amalgamation. So it's not like STIP funding, which is the strategic transportation grant that is for bridges, is competitive. All the other municipalities are putting applications in and competing, and there's hard deadlines for the progression of those projects. This is the province saying, we understand you're taking on other work because of the amalgamation, and this dollars were set aside for that. So there's, I would say it's not as rigid of a grant.
Thank you. And then secondly, the estimates included here, do they factor in the abatement of the hazardous materials surrounding the existing piping?
Yeah, so I got a updated estimate yesterday, and the engineer, when I spoke to him, they're intending on putting the water lines exactly where the old water lines were. So this estimate does include asbestos abatement removal for the entire length of that 590.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
It's a
so.
much different project than what we originally.
Yeah, so when I was speaking to him before, we misunderstood each other, because when I went back to him and asked for an updated estimate for all of it, he thought I meant the whole hamlet, not just the project limits. And that was when he said, oh, rich counties do that. So I did misspeak with that. However, this 590 meters does account for removing all the asbestos, because we do intend on putting the water lines in the same location, up to property line.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Do you have any further questions, Councilor? No? Okay, I don't see any further questions at this time.
Okay. So page 35, this project is carry forward from 2025, and it is for the Leslieville wastewater facility. So due to receiving Alberta Environment approval late in the year, we got it in September, we are looking at a second engineering firm who was not engaged in the original system to look at our system and help with our functionality. The items that we still would like to address, we need to install a water well, spare pumps, a sludge handling solution, and an expansion to the gravel pad, as well as move the backup generator, because the way the layout is, the backup generator is in the way of the bay doors. And we are hoping that with this sludge handling solution, we can use machine instead of the guys lifting it, and we would like to move the generator out of the way so we don't have any issues with machinery in there.
Councilor Letwin.
How many years have the sewer lagoons at Leslieville been being constructed and modified again and again and again?
So they have not fully been modified yet. They were functioning in 2023 and 2024. Operations has had some challenges with this design. I don't want to speak to the specifics, but I know the overview because I'm not on the site day to day. However, we are having issues with the wetland part of it. And
The who?
the wetland, so the way the system was designed, the sewer would come in to the building. It would go through this sludge handling solution, which is like a big dryer, and separates the sludge, and then it gets dumped into a garbage bin, and then it goes through our wetland system, which is 4 trains. There's train A and B, and it's supposed to be fully filtered through there, and then it would go into our storage cells. However, because it was innovated, we also needed to install a facultative cell, which would be the conventional system. It would go into the mechanical building, the facultative cell, be treated there for 60 days, and then go into the storage cells. They are having issues with fines and the plugging of the actual system in the wetlands. And vegetation isn't growing, so we want a different engineering firm to come in and just look at the system as a whole. Because what we are finding is the current engineer isn't necessarily helping us with solutions for long term. It's more like, well, just add this and hopefully that works. So it's just a second opinion to look at it. It was innovative. It was kind of a risk, and luckily we do have the facultative cell that we can utilize. And it was supposed to treat external hauling, And that's what they're thinking the issue is, because when you do pump out somebody's septic, they're not all new and in plastic tanks. Like, there is gonna be fines and materials, and they would like only more or less human materials, not earth.
Well, thank you. I was hoping we were going to hire a different engineering company because
Yeah.
the amount of years I've seen the equipment working on those dugouts and lagoons there, summer after summer after summer, and, you know, repair trucks in town and that. It's
Yeah,
been a very long process, so,
yeah, it has been a bit of a challenge.
yes. Okay, thank you.
I don't see any more questions at this
Okay.
time. Please proceed.
Page 36, we have a budget of 660,000, and this is carry forward from 2025. So we're looking at installing a new manhole and equipment for the Leslieville lift station upgrade. The building will stay, and this is just to do the manhole, the pumps, a grinder to help also mitigate some of the foreign objects that will be pushed down to the lagoon. And due to our approval of the lagoon, we're also going to be installing a, monitoring, like how many cubes of sanitary does go through the system. Okay. Page 37, so this is for rebuilding and repairing equipment within the Nordig wastewater treatment plant. The wastewater treatment plant in Nordig has 2 Roper pumps, and they are large pumps which are very expensive to push the sanitary from the treatment plant to the lagoon, approximately 7 kilometers away. We'd like to have spare parts on site because if they go down, we do have issues, and they are a long lead time product. So this budget is to have spare parts on site, so if something happens, we can hire a technician, he can come out and the parts are there, we're not waiting on lead times. It also is for rebuilding the Muffin Monster grinder that is located in the manhole, which is prior to the lift station. Okay, any questions on our wastewater systems? Budget, okay. Page 38 is our water systems. The first one is for rebuilding our Nordig wastewater treatment plant. In 2026, the budget is for detailed design. We did preliminary in 2025. And this is due to aging infrastructure replacement parts. They're hard to find. Many of the components are aged and need to be replaced. When we have an issue with a piece of equipment within the water treatment plant, they are having a hard time sourcing parts just due to the age of the equipment. And the upgrade will include the new water treatment plant within phase 1, which is the building and the equipment. And construction is scheduled for 2027. 2028 budget is for phase 2. Phase 2 is to encompass a 3rd storage reservoir, and this one would be dependent on population growth. So that one is able to be pushed forward, backwards, just due to the population growth with the development out there.
Councillor McKay.
What is the age of the current equipment there that they're having problems getting parts for?
I honestly did mean to get that because I knew it would come up, and I don't know. I will find that out and get back to you.
Can't be that horribly old, is it?
Somebody's texting to find out.
Jody will find out. We'll return
Yeah,
to
so,
that.
sorry, I'll get back to you on
Yeah, no
that one.
problem. I guess,
The treatment plant.
just to follow up on that, I guess. Make sure that we're installing equipment that has a long shelf life of parts and materials available, or
Yeah,
pre-purchase.
96 to 98, yeah, 90s.
Yeah, I guess depending on what world we're operating in, that's not that old, but maybe it is.
No, I don't remember the specific piece of equipment that failed a couple years ago, but they ended up getting parts off eBay. Because that's the only where they could source it. I can get more detail on that from operations, the exact.
Thanks.
Okay. So page 39 is a budget of $50,000 to do an engineering assessment and preliminary design for an access road to the water wells in Nordegg. So the length of the access road is approximately 480 meters. The water wells are located to the north of the wastewater treatment plant, and they're accessed by a trail. So due to the land conditions and kind of this low-lying wet, we have issues accessing these wells in spring and depending on the year, sometimes summer. So we had an issue and the wells went down a couple years ago and we had to get rig mats out and we had to rig mat the whole access to the wells. So we do feel these are quite important to our system. So this is to get that assessment and requirements for building that road.
How old are these water wells at Nordegg?
Water well 8, so we're running off 2 wells right now.
Two, yeah.
So there's well 7 and well 8, and they are side by side. Our old wells, I wanna say 1 and 5 or 3 and 5, they're located closer to the lift station, the water treatment plant, sorry. Those are our backup, so those have slowed down and they're not able to
Keep up.
generate enough. So these wells 7 and 8, well, 8 was installed in 2019. And well 7, I wanna say is about 2013.
Okay, good.
Any other questions on our water systems? Clarifications? No? Okay.
Don't see any more questions.
So the next section is recreation. So on page 40, we have a budget of $20,000 for the Ryan Smith Recreation Area. So this is just carry forward from 2025 to get our informational signs throughout the site. So this would be the playground signs, how to book signs, the name of the site sign, and any directional signs that may be required. Okay, on page 41 is a budget of $100,000 for the Leslieville Community Feature. Again, this is carry forward from 2025, and the budget will encompass landscaping, concrete work, gazebo, benches, and picnic tables. So the gazebo we've planned is 24 by 30 feet, and the concrete pad would be just under the new gazebo. And then we have already procured 4 backless benches and 2 picnic tables for the area to be installed in once the concrete work is done in the spring. Okay. So the next area is facilities. So page 42 is the heated storage facilities for a budget of $7 million in 2026. So the budget is for an 8 drive-through bay, 25 by 100 foot heated storage facility. The facility is to include the following: washroom, storage room, mechanical room, coffee room, pressure washer, compressor, shelving, power, natural gas, water well, septic holding tank, site prep, gravel, concrete works, as well as engineering, site work, servicing, equipment, and contingency. I might pass this on to Eric, because I'm not sure what was explained on the tour about this building.
Yes, Mr. Hanson.
Yeah, there again, it's, we've discussed this a few times now, right from the orientation to the council tour. This project is scalable. We've had some discussion of, it is a higher level of service there to get, to remove those plow trucks away from the maintenance shop, and then have them in their own designated, truck barn facility located closest to the salt shed. They say the design right now is currently for 8 bays. We do have made accommodation for the waste vehicles as well, because that is, as part of our plans there is to have the permanent home for the central solid waste and recycling facility out there. The heated storage scenario is kind of a fluid one. When we talked about, I wanted to address that question that Councillor McKay there brought up yesterday about, yes, there are still 2 waste trucks in the broadband facility. When we did the design, that was up till summer of this year, The broadband, you know, with their growing needs for all their materials and equipment, intended on taking those other two bays. So that's why this design includes that. We were fortunate enough to actually, we had that property out on Highway 598 became available, and then that provided some additional yard space and some heated storage for the broadband project. So, which has been great. It's relieved some of the pressure off those two bays, but really we're trying to build a 25, 30-year project plan for what we're going to do with our heated storage. What are we gonna do with the broadband facility? That yard site, for example, one of the reasons why that building was selected was that it has the potential to be subdivided off. So that we could be able to possibly keep the emergency services portion and actually subdivide. It's not subdivided today, but it was, I believe, in the town subdivision authority that building itself could actually be subdivided off and possibly sold to whatever the future might be for the broadband. So that would definitely eliminate the use of those last two bays. And then as well, it's just whatever the growth is for broadband over the next 5 years. So that's why the design included, as well as, I say it is a 25, 30, 40-year plan. But yeah, happy to answer. I see Kurt's joined us here from an operational perspective, because that's what this building would facilitate.
Thank you for the information, and I do see that Ms. Serhan has some comments. I'll pass the floor over to Ms. Serhan.
Yeah, when we're talking about facilities, I just want to talk about funding the construction of facilities and the history and the pressures of inflation on building facilities and how that's affected the project costs. So I think when we first started talking about constructing facilities, I don't know, 15 years ago maybe, the cost of this whole entire site would have been about $15 million. And like 15 years post, it's exponentially grown. So the option for facilities, because it's a long-term asset that you're gonna use for many, many years, just like when you take out a mortgage for your house, it's because you wanna capitalize on the cost of the day, and putting away money every year for that purchase, you would never put enough money away to pay cash for that. So even when a municipality puts money into a restricted surplus for a facility, or it's putting money onto the debenture, it's still putting aside those dollars for that specific project. And municipalities, of course, get the benefit of a much lower interest rate than private industry or personal debentures. So it is one option for council to consider. You know, what's the best use of that community purse for if this facility is a priority for council.
I guess I'll give a comment on heated storage buildings. My only concern is the random locations. There's getting to be so many Clearwater County buildings in so many different locations. But on a day like today, when we have a snowstorm, it is. I think the community would like to have and continue to have reliable services to maintain the municipal roadways in Clearwater County. I'm not sure about the locations of everything. I don't see any other questions or comments at this time, so we'll carry on.
Okay, page 43, there's a budget of $10,000 in 26 and 27, and this is for the replacement of the pressure washers within our wash bays. So the first one would be in our emergency services building in 26, and 27 would be for the main building wash bay. Okay, page 44, there's a budget of $60,000, and this is for land acquisition, if successful, for Township Road 39-2, which is also known as the Donkey Farm Road between 761 and 45. There are 2 bridge structures with weight restrictions on this roadway, and this construction is gonna be scheduled after successful land acquisition. For 2026, the carry forward is 50,000 with an additional 10,000 funded through our core infrastructure restricted surplus.
Sorry, maybe I'll just explain a little bit about a carry forward on a capital project. So it would be identified as being a project that was on the list from a previous year. However, if the monies weren't expended in that year, those dollars would stay in that restricted surplus for the following year. So the whole entire amount is still sitting in that core infrastructure restricted surplus available for use because it wasn't used in the previous year. And on this one is the only project you'll see this comment. It says no identified restricted surplus, and that's for the 28-29 expenditure. This was a project that I think was added in 2025 or late 2024, and the discussion, there was no funding discussion that happened from council. It was just, let's get it on the 10-year capital plan and we can talk about it at a future decision to be made for that.
Councillor McKay.
Was this project brought forward from an industry concern perspective or a safety perspective, or what drove this to come?
Yeah, it's a little bit of both. It has been identified as, you know, if you're familiar with the road, it is, the topography is extremely challenging. And then the 2 restricted bridges, basically what's drove the project was to replace the bridges in place without at least trying to attempt to realign some of that road would be, you know, possibly a disservice to the community, because it is a cut across between the Caroline North Road over to 761. Population's only growing and providing more pressure on there. I don't believe the school bus possibly might not even go down there anymore. We've had some erosion issues there with some of the hills. We've actually have concrete barricades up on one of the corner there. We didn't want to actually put in guardrail just because of the, you know, adding another, digging a hole in that side slope there could allow for water infiltration. So we actually put up a concrete barrier there as a guardrail. And there's been a few times I've been up there and there's been car parts and headlights, debris along that concrete barrier there. So it is being used. So it's, we talked about this road, I'm gonna say at least 3 years ago. The landowners were not receptive at all to any land acquisition, which is our biggest, their biggest hurdle, I guess, to overcome. And then in 2025, I believe, was it last year? We had an opportunity actually to buy a good portion of the realignment of one of the bridges, one of the major bridges. So discussion with council included there, let's try to acquire the land for the new alignment there. So once that land is acquired, then we could set up a project plan to have those 2 bridges done, then that road could be realigned. So it was a combination of safety and some concerns of the traveling public, not so much the existing landowners, because those, we're still having some difficulty with them.
Was that not somewhat of the driving force for the Leslieville East road upgrade, was so that the school buses no longer had to use the Donkey Farm cut across? Those 2 projects were never connected in that way. Okay. I appreciate the perspective, but that was an assumption on my part, sorry.
Yeah, no, I've never made that. What actually drove the next conversation, which pavement usually does, is that once you provide one link surface road, it actually drove the conversation that that school division actually even provided a letter, I believe, about the Condor North Road, extending that asphalt from the school all the way up to Leslieville East to have that paved route. That's the only connection that I have with that.
Councillor Levin.
Yeah, I see that there's a $50,000 carryover forward from 2025. And if I didn't hear you correctly, forgive me, but you said that some land has been purchased for this project already? And what was the purchase price on that?
It was as per our policy. I could get that information back to you. That's the one portion of land that we were actually able to secure. And then the other critical pieces, we haven't been able to negotiate that yet.
So you've got one parcel secured?
Yes.
And one unsecured?
That's right.
Okay, and the secured one has been paid for?
It has.
Okay, and the numbers for that purchase?
Yeah, I can get you those numbers.
I would appreciate that.
You bet.
Thank you.
I do just have would that be for the price of the land, would that be an in-camera session that would be required for that, to reveal that information?
I'd have to, land acquisition is typically in closed session, but we can certainly, I know it was policy driven there when we set the purchase price. That was, I believe, discussed with council.
Yeah, this parcel was paid based off our land use acquisition policy. So am I allowed to say?
Policy per acre is public.
Okay, so at that time, it was 2,000 per acre, and we purchased 5.66 acres for a total of $11,320.
That's all?
For one, yes.
For what, sorry?
This was just, yeah, the one parcel, and
One parcel.
this parcel is where the most easterly bridge is. So that's the one that we would like to realign a bit to the south, just for the curves.
That's for this east bridge? Yeah. You got
One
that
with
for
the deck is kinda-
11,500?
11,320.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other further questions or discussion? I don't see any at this time, so please carry on.
Okay. So next is our transfer stations. On page 45, it is for our central site, which I think you visited on the tour? Some? Okay. So the 2026 budget is for detailed design, including geotech, stormwater, environmental. And the current design that we have for budget is a push pit and a Z wall. So 2027 budget would include the earthworks and the design for the push pit. 2028 budget is for the building construction and paving. Okay. On page 46 is the transfer site for Nordig, and the budget for 2026 is $20,000, and this is for an assessment of the service levels within the hamlet of Nordig. Currently, the plan that was provided by the engineering firm was to add a third trans store to Nordig, and this would save us 12 chips per year out there. And this could be development driven. At this time, is the 12 trips killing them? Probably not. Reed would probably know the exact trips they make, but I just know that they're saving 12. And then the 27 budget would be for the 350 to implement any service level changes. So if this project was postponed, it would create time to develop a plan within Nordig for collections. And this one is kind of hard because Nordig is different. If we want more services within the hamlet, then yes, this could save on the transfer station. The transfer station is open by gate all 24/7. However, there's only a tenant there to open the big man gates where you could drive closer 2 days a week, I wanna say, 2, 3. Reed's not back there. Oh, Reed's here. Yeah, so the budget for 26 is just to do an assessment out there. And that is development and what people wanna see and kinda get a plan. Okay, so on page 47, this is for collection assets. So the budget in 26 is for the purchase of 4 40-yard bins. One would be at Faraway, which is quite north in the county. So this would to supply one lidded 40-yard bin. So the bin is to manage waste at the Faraway due to the closure of the waste push pit collection facility. So due to the usage, they did close the push pit as well as structural and upgrades required. However, people can still go there and throw their garbage into a bin. So this would be to facilitate the additional waste thrown there. So the push pit was closed in late December 2024 because Clearwater County staff had concerns around the safe access to the facility. There would be one 40-yard bin at Caroline Waste Transfer Station. So this would assist with the seasonal waste overflow and provides additional capacity for waste storage, especially over weekends in the spring, summer, and fall months. And then the fourth one would be an open top to assist in collection of waste or recycled material at various transfer sites. So currently, the original 12 open top bins that were originally located at the former Rocky transfer station are becoming aged, and a couple are near the end of their life. Any questions or clarification?
Councillor Humphrey, please.
Could you just give me a clarification on the 40-yard bins? And I'm speaking to the faraway one. And the push pit collection facility, so
Yeah.
I can differentiate between.
So the push pit, so I'm not sure which ones you've been to. The push pits are the ones that you would drive up the hill and then you dump into the enclosed building. And then waste would come, pull their big truck underneath and push it with a skid steer into it. So there's safety of the, he's way better at this than I am, of the structural issues of that actual facility. So now, instead of driving up and backing in and throwing off your tailgate, you would have to throw it into 40-yard bins.
Now, the 40-yard bins, are these the ones that have the door? So I can relate to the one at the crossroads. So that used to have a push pit. And now is that the 40-yard bin you're talking about?
Great question, Councillor Humphrey. So what you see at Crossroads is a design called a TransStore. A TransStore is basically a tilt hydraulic, bin that you're able to offload directly into your transport truck. Those TransStores are different than a 40-yard bin. When you guys were out at Central Transfer Station and you looked at the layout of the bins, those are 40-yard containers. Okay, so 40-yard containers are collected with our hook lift system. So the hook lift system, truck and transport, is a direct haul from one load at a time.
So that's the one that out at your main facility here,
Correct.
that you have to keep pushing it with a skid steer to push it to the back of it's like a big sea can.
That's correct.
So does that mean that up and far away there that you have a skid steer there every time that the facility is open?
No. So the faraway system, I'll let you know, originally it was a single push pit similar to the one at Crossroads.
Right.
We felt through inspection and timing, we went through with our safety group and engineering group, and basically we determined that there's too much play, too much motion in the faraway transfer push pit once you get a skid steer or traffic in there. It's aged, and we're always aware it was getting close to an end of life. Faraway, as a temporary setup, we can put in a couple 40-yard bins because the traffic counts or the users are very minimal, okay? So our attendant will go and attain that, and we will get them where we get enough of a load to transport that to the landfill. It's kind of, again, a temporary setup. Long-term, I know there's a capital item that Eric will probably talk about in the future in the solid waste master plan, was to look at long-term for Faraway and for Klein, okay? Because they had similar systems. So for now, those, like the 40-yard bins are flexible, they're easy to place, and because of the low user counts, like right now we're pulling every 2 months out of Faraway. That's how much capacity we get.
Except that in talking to the residents up there, it's not working very good because it's not being pushed on a regular basis. So how often do you go to it and push it back so that it's easy access for them. Otherwise, they're getting there and it's all at the front. And they
Right.
can't get rid of dispose of their trash.
Okay, so there's two bins up there, so the one that's the closed, and that's the one, yes, you would have to, in theory, you would push up. Those are typically for bagged waste, okay? So we try to maximize that with our attendant, try to maximize that. Because our haul usage is relatively minimum, we don't always send a skid steer up there. The other bin is what we call the open top. So the open top will allow you to throw your other type of materials, your demo, that sort of thing, in that. So if you have small items, yard items, those type of things, that can go into the open top. So we try to limit how much waste is to the front, for sure. To operate, to send a skid steer up there, we can do that on occasion. Currently, we just have the one unit at Central, which when you pull it out of there, you want to make sure that you have some sort of backup, because that one will fill up a little quicker, right?
So I guess I would say that we monitor that a little bit more, just because it is something that we don't see as much. We still want to make it accessible and usable for the people. Because that was the feeling I was getting, is it's not as convenient as it used to be. Now, this other system that you're talking about, the long-term one, what does that one look like? I can't wrap my head around that one yet, so.
Well, in our solid waste plan, this is where we look. So currently, our system has, I think, 4 or 5 push pits and 3 what we call Transtor systems. So if you look at Caroline, you look at Crossroads, and you look at Nordig, that's a little bit different system. So it's the Transtor system. So basically what you've got is just solid waste, bagged waste that can go in what we call our Transtors. Truck trailers currently collect from those. Ideally there was a transition, I think, started back 10, 12 years ago. Well, Caroline, for instance, is 2010 since they've had the Transtors. The one problematic issue we've ran into with the Transtors isn't so much the loading, let's say the Transtors, but we have very limited footprints out there to add any other larger bins for other types of materials. So part of our solid waste plan was to try to transition to get more of a standard system, eventually over time, a 20-year period or 30-year period, which would in fact allow us to create some efficiencies through hauling. So right now we've got a bit of a split system, okay? And when you look at some places like Faraway, Klein, those type of systems those places are very small volume. When you get Caroline, Leslieville, Central, those become a little bit larger volumes. So it has to be handled a little differently. We found that the push pit for rural waste, and when you're an hour away from the landfill, more or less accommodates a rural type of setting. And so some of that waste potentially can be blended and hauled off in one load. Okay, so currently we're looking at Central. Central would be designed as a potential push pit. As Kate indicated, there's a Z wall. The Z wall just basically is a series of 40-yard bins. Okay, and that's typically for segregation, waste diversion, and special where you can actually sort that type of material a little bit, so you can direct haul segregated loads. Okay.
So I'm just wondering what's the plan for Faraway, seeing as it is smaller, to make it more readily accessible for the residents, where would some kind of a plan going forward to make it work better than it is? Because I know the feeling is that they had a system that worked well.
Yeah.
And now they don't.
Right. So that is targeted for 2028, that was in the Tetra Tech plan. So we had a solid waste master plan that was presented, and they kind of had a chronological layout of when the capital would be attributed to that. So before that time, again, we would have to look at design and what would be best fit at Faraway. Okay, so that could very well be something similar, we'd remove, or it could be something, we did debate with Transtors, and one challenge we do have with that is ideally you want to use transport with a compaction trailer. And there's always some operational challenges with those compaction trailers as far as maintenance and far as durability and things like that. So we haven't got to really what that design yet will be at Faraway. We do have potentially capital in the 10-year plan identifying that there's a need there. So, yeah, 29? 28 and 29. So that would be the terminology. For right now, ideally, we were trying to bridge that. And that's where this other bin comes into place, is you actually got capacity. So this will help allow people to not, so there's just more capacity in those bins. Okay, so in other words, you're going up there's two instead of the one. So we can manage that a little better. And then if you do take a skid steer up, for instance, you can take it and do both bins at a time and just make it a little bit more user friendly.
So there's two there now?
No, there will be once we capitalize it. Because we need the sealed bins because of solid waste. We need to have that sealed lockdown bin so we can make sure at night that it's not open top or any birds or anything of that nature. So it is a stopgap right now, temporarily, till we can kind of lay out that whole plan, the solid waste master plan.
All right.
Hope that helps.
Yeah, thanks for the clarification. And as long as we have a plan going forward to work on it. Thank you.
Councillor Humphrey has a question or comment as well. Or, sorry, Councillor McKay. That's twice I've done that. My apologies. Councillor McKay.
I know we have the
Yeah.
same haircut, but
My apologies, gentlemen.
no problem. Just more of a suggestion, but I think maybe the people of Faraway are probably fairly ingenuitive folks considering their location. Would it be possible to leave an attachment there and allow them to push these bins themselves? Or possibly provide a procedure to lift the bin to allow the solid waste to travel to the back? Like it seems like maybe we're getting a little too involved in that situation. Maybe there's something that could be done that wasn't a cost to the county. Like I don't know, at some point, you can only provide a certain level of service, right? Just a thought.
Ms. Serhan?
Yeah, I was just gonna speak to the restricted surplus, but maybe I'll just make a comment about, there is some liability issues with having non-staff use county equipment, but the restricted surplus for solid waste facilities at the end of 2025 has a projected balance of $3.8 million and then $605,000 coming out in 26. There would need to be an addition of 1.6 million in 2027 to accomplish that first half of that project at the central, and then another addition in 2028 of 6.6, just about $6.7 million to finish that project. So that is one of the projects that was, I would say, debated a lot in council chambers over the last couple of years about funding that project. So just so you're aware.
Do you have any further questions, Councillor McKay? No? Okay, we'll carry on.
Okay, so the next one, which will be the longest, is Nordic Development. So on page 48, there's a budget of $25,000 for the historic commercial core. So this is just carry forward for streetlight warranty inspection and coordination, as well as any landscaping required within the area. Page 49 is Nordig Cemetery. Oh, sorry.
Councillor McKay has a question.
Sorry to interrupt. If it's warranty, why would there be a cost?
There's still a cost for the engineer to go up there.
For a warranty?
Inspection and coordination, yes. So they won't necessarily, so the 25,000 is also encompassing any additional landscaping around the church, like for county as well. And then there's about 10,000 for the engineer for their inspection and coordination, if there is warranty. If there's no warranty issues, then it will be unspent.
Wait. trying to wrap my head around this.
Yeah.
So we're paying an engineer to go out to determine if there's a warranty claim or not? So is there anything wrong with the lighting?
Not currently.
So why are we paying somebody to go out there to see if there's a warranty claim?
They
if it's
were
working?
the project managers, so it's just their follow-up on it. We don't have to. However, I'm not an electrician, so I don't think you want me inspecting streetlights.
But
Mr., I might let,
I'm no rush.
okay, go ahead. Sorry, Councillor McKay, please proceed.
Well, no, like as an actual electrician and somebody that has built lots of facilities and things, unless something isn't working, you
Yeah.
wouldn't send somebody out there to inspect it. for
No,
warranty.
and that's true, we won't unless there is a requirement for these deficiencies.
Okay. Cause the way it's worded, we're sending somebody out there regardless, but we're not unless it's broken.
For this particular project, because it is just streetlights, it would be obvious, and then, yeah, they would be the ones to go and inspect it and coordinate it if required. However, I have been caught with needing the engineer to do some warranty coordination without carry forward budget, so that's there for a placeholder for their carry forward.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Hanson.
Mr. Hanson.
Oh, sorry.
Might as well
I'll
wait.
let Mr. Hanson give some comments here.
Sure. 99% of the way that we construct our contracts, there's everything from preliminary engineering to contract management to closeout warranty inspection. It's not uncommon, even for a project like this. The commercial core was actually only one portion of a larger shallow utility project up there, but it is quite common that we do an inspection walkthrough with the contractors to see if there's any other third-party concerns that come up. You know, a lot of times, again, once you get into undergrounds, maybe damage another piece of infrastructure on the way from another third-party provider. So it's very common for us to, I say, for a full, when we bring in our engineering firms to have a full service type cycle, right from preliminary engineering to closeout, which includes a warranty inspection. So it's not uncommon at all.
Councillor McKay?
I agree 100%. That's often a part of projects that I've had to, or that I've partaken in as well. But it's not something that you pay an additional fee for after the fact. Right?
The way that the fee schedules are normally, that we, in order to have more detail, and we don't typically do a lump sum for engineering, we actually have it cost broke down from preliminary design, which is typically the year prior, the construction contract management, the year of, and then the 1 year inspection is usually a fee that so that project could be associated over 3 years. So it's all provided at the upfront when we accept that tender, but we budget for it for the 3 years. So it's not an extra that we weren't aware of, for example.
I see, okay.
It was
That-
identified at the beginning saying this is the full body cost of this project.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Yeah. So I knew we were missing something there.
Councillor,
So do we have to hire an engineer to come and inspect it then? Or do we change that ourselves?
There's different scenarios when it comes to streetlights, and Kate would know best. There's sometimes that Fortis provides full service for streetlights until we get into some of the Nordic history of these historical natured streetlights, the one with the timber frame, the cobra head. It's very unique. Those are, I guess, would be non-typical, and therefore we are responsible for all the maintenance of those streetlights. Whereas if you go with the Fortis category, when you're building your streetlight plan for your community, Fortis actually provides full service for bulbs, maintenance, et cetera, for streetlights.
okay, at this time, if there's no further questions, we'll take a 10-minute break. And roughly 10 minutes, we'll be back roughly at about 10:15. welcome back from our short break. I'll let administration continue with the budget information for the committee. Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe for council's benefit, we get into Nordeg, it would be helpful to go back a little bit and give some history on historic Nordeg. When the development of Nordeg and the plan was created back in the day, the philosophy of the development of Nordeg was always the development of Nordeg would pay for future development of Nordeg. In other words, as you constructed a phase, a subdivision, Clearwater County was not looking at creating another one until 70 to 80% of that was sold, and that was your pocket of money, your revenue, to then start construction of the next phase. Past council changed that philosophy to just, we need to develop Nordeg. That is why today, Nordeg is in the red by about 9 million. That change in philosophy, there was never a timeline to the development of Nordeg because it was really market driven. As 70 to 80% of a phase was sold, it spurred the next piece of development. Under today's philosophy, it is more council's priority when you want to see the next one constructed, if that helps.
Maybe, can I just get you to touch on the difference between the north? Like developing the north versus developing the south? The service levels that are required?
Yeah, it truly is the difference between developing urban and rural. The north side is developed to a rural standard, always has been. Acreage level, rural design, ditches, gravel road, going up to acreages. The south side of Highway 11 and inside the hamlet of Nordeg is an urban standard, not only with the topography, so the design is always kind of that mixed blend because of the gradient that you're constructing on. You have curb and gutter to control erosion, and where possible, you will still find some traditional ditches where it's level and you know, the design isn't worried about those erosion problems. But it's urban services, municipal sewer, water, streets, paved streets, curb, gutter, sidewalk. The north side really created a decent reserve for the construction of the south side, because the south is far more expensive to develop as well. You're welcome.
I do have one question just regarding the north side. It was designed and currently at a rural standard, but historically, are we seeing more requests for improvement to services such as maybe you know, improvements to the roads to more of an urban standard to reduce dust and urban amenities such as fiber optic, additional enforcement for the increase in theft and illegal activity that takes place? Could you just provide some comments on that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Absolutely. The challenge there is the lots are always constructed looking at that cost recovery of development. So with that increased demand, the lots were sold based on a rural standard. So it's a gravel road. Now it's fully developed and we are seeing increased pressures for pavement. If that would have been the design in the day when they purchased, the cost of paving that road would have been added to each lot and then sold at a higher rate because you have a higher level of service. But as Nordeg is being developed, we definitely are seeing an increased demand in enforcement, paved roads, absolutely.
Thank you for that information. I'll let administration carry on.
Okay, so page 49 is budget for the Nordegg Cemetery development. So in 2025, we did phase 1, which included earthworks, upgrades to the access road to the cemetery. Sorry, apparently I'm losing my voice. Eric might have to take over in a bit. So the budget for 2026 is for landscaping, trees, shrubs, benches, cremation garden, gazebo, concrete works for grave sites. There was a carry forward of 470,000 from 2025 to put towards the 2026 budget. And then the budget in 2028 is for paving the access road and laneways around the cemetery. So this project, savings could be for the asphalt, if so choose, it could be paved. So we do have it scheduled in 2028 because that is this year that we have scheduled additional paving in the area for cost savings. It's not worth having a paver come out for the little roundabout of the cemetery. This is also a project, it was brought to the community and shown the concept plan of this new cemetery. It can be differently scaled. However, I'm not sure what the requirements back to the community might be or the feedback, if it is differently scaled back, forward, because it is a very intricate designed cemetery.
Councillor McKay.
How many residents currently reside in Nordegg? Or the Nordegg area?
In the north, there's over 200 lots. And the South Hamlet, I think we bill for about 75 households, but I don't know exact numbers.
And do we know out of those how many are year-round actual residents?
I don't off the top of my head, I do think it's 50-50. I do think there's a lot more there permanently. The reason for the second stage of the cemetery was because the first cemetery only has a handful of plots left.
Right, and the reason I ask these questions is at council meeting earlier this week, we were told that the Nordegg Cemetery often won't have a burial there in a year. Like
Right.
it's not even one per year usage.
Yeah,
Was that number incorrect? It seems there's a lot of emphasis on this for something that's at least a 5 to 6 year.
yeah. I'm not
issue.
familiar with the burials per year, however, people are buying plots. So there is only 6 plots available, and that was a couple months ago within the first section, and that's what spurred the development of the second one.
So it's not that there isn't 6 plots
There's 6 plots left to buy.
There's only 6 that haven't been purchased.
Correct.
So there could be hundreds that are empty.
Potentially, yeah. I'm not familiar with how many burial versus bought plots.
Because that number would drastically change the importance of this project, would it not?
Mr. Hanson.
Yeah, no, maybe if we could get Bettina, come up here and provide a little bit more background perspective, and she's at a disadvantage too, because, as our most recent director, she's getting familiarized with the cemetery world as well. But if I could get Bettina there, maybe to speak to that a little bit more.
Thank you, Eric. As Eric mentioned, I am new to the cemetery world as well, but the plots are purchased by residents to be buried in the future. So even though there may not be somebody in that plot, there could be in the future. So we do have to plan for the future, and that's why the expansion was necessary, is because there was only so many plots available to purchase left. I think that's down to 4 or 5 now.
Right, and I understand that, and I agree that this project at some point does need to move forward. But with the level of funding that it's requiring being rather significant in nature compared to any other cemetery that's ever been built, it begs the question of do we need to reorder its level of importance at this time?
Yes, and unfortunately, this was all prior to me stepping in. So I wasn't involved in the plan and the scale of the development that is there. But there may be ways to scale it so that it's available for plots, and finish the landscaping and paving and things down the road.
So in its current state, plots can't be sold as of yet?
No, it's not at that point yet, no.
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't have a chance to get to Nordegg as a council yet, so it's a tough spot to be in where we don't have a full understanding of what's going on out there. I understand being new to the position as well.
That's understandable, yeah.
And if I could just chime in for a minute there, and this could be probably said for a few of the capital projects there, even to look at the central solid waste, solid waste is a workshop or a strategic plan in a day to actually get, a new council familiarized with the intricacies of the solid waste management and the previous plan that actually brought that very large expenditure, I think it's $9 to $10 million for the central solid waste, and how it ties into their solid waste management plan as the county as a whole. The previous council spent multiple meetings there, debating the right plan as well as getting a good understanding of how solid waste is handled in the community. And you guys do not have that advantage. And the same would be said for the Nordegg Cemetery. What I can offer up is that there is a commitment to the grading project. We wanted to talk about what was committed and what could be deferred to finish off the grading project. They said that's been tendered awarded. They were that close to actually having it completed last year, but not quite. So we would just have to finish the grading work. Phase 2 can be deferred to give this council time to get up into Nordegg, have a look at the plans to see what the engagement was, what the original concept plans were for that phase 2, and then defer that construction or development to 2027 or not at all.
So how much of the 2026 budget would be phase 2 then?
The 450 is the current. Correct, we don't have 450 left in the contract though. The only remaining items in the contract, I would say, is about 50,000. And that's for graveling the pathways, the roadway within the cemetery. And I think that was it, a part of their contract. And then the 27, we're just looking at the fencing, the seeding, the shrubbery. And this is why we kind of mentioned it can be differently scaled because it is quite fancy for the area. Again, it was before any of us were involved in it. It was egg at that time, but there is opportunity to look at the end picture of this cemetery. However, there is a commitment to about 50,000 remaining of contract for the earthworks.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Letwin.
Yeah, Mr. Ammons, I didn't quite pick up what you're laying down between solid waste and the cemetery. But, and how many acres is the cemetery going to be with the extension? And how many plots are considered?
Oh, sorry, I don't know those exact numbers off my head.
So we don't know how many acres the extension will be?
The new one,
The new
not
one?
off the top of my head. I can pull up my drawings and get that for you. This one isn't going to be the same as like the first one. I think, I don't know if there's a cremation garden, but this one, the plan from what I've seen, there will be a section for burials like caskets. There's going to be a crematorium. Columbarium. So it's more or less a locker for urns. And there was also a proposed scatter garden. However, I don't know how maintenance on that would work. I don't think you want to mow it. But so there is, we're actually meeting next week to kind of look at this. I don't know the exact number of plots, do you?
I don't know the number offhand, but we have in discussions with Kate, and the plan that was set forward, we have scaled it back from what it was already. So we have recognized that things seemed quite extravagant for what was possibly required. And so we've been trying to kind of scale it back, but still staying within the plan that was presented to the residents back then.
Now, this second separate cemetery addition, would it be an addition? Are they together or are they two separate cemeteries?
It's separate, yeah,
It's a separate-
it's completely They had to do all of the groundwork and soil testing to find a appropriate spot in the Nordegg area to place the cemetery.
I see. And then you said that there's some funding left over that needs to get for, I guess access road if it's a separate, yeah, you need your access and gravel and that, yeah.
So I'm not sure how familiar you are with Nordegg. Do you know where the commercial core is? Okay, so when you drive into Nordegg, the main street, Stewart Street, if you keep going past our Discovery Center on the opposite side, so north, is the existing cemetery. If you continue up that road, it kind of curves to the left and you kind of reach our commercial core, and then this is accessed off of there. So it is the beginning of a quad trail system, so that's why we upgraded the road for vehicles. And then, yeah, you can continue past there on a quad or ATV. So this one, they are quite separate. And the access road to get to the cemetery is completed. They just need to gravel around. So it was an old borrow pit at one site at one point, and there was a mound in the middle, and the design kept the mound. So you would drive up and then you would go around a mound and out. So kind of like a loop system on that said mound. I'll send Jana a picture to pull up for you guys. That's where they were gonna put the gazebo and scatter garden and some benches. We did scale that back, and then there would be like certain plots for, like I said, the caskets and the urn locker. Sorry, I can't remember the name of that for some reason.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Hanson.
Yeah, I just, I wanted to make that connection. I probably got too ahead of myself there when I was talking about, this council hasn't been included in the planning stages of a lot of these projects. So I was using that, the solid waste master plan as an example, as that, you know, it was a plan that was discussed in detail with the previous council, which created these budgetary items, which you're not having the advantage of any of that information. So all you're seeing is the capital project derivative of these, you know, days of deliberation of those plans. And similar to the Nordegg Cemetery, you know, there was a public engagement session that was done with the community. Council considered the designs, and then we've set out the capital plan for that design. Top of my head, Kate will look it up. I'm going to say it's probably 3 to 5 acres or 4 acres approximately is this area. And we look forward to taking council up there. There again, we're not in this isn't a committed, the phase 2, which we've presented here for dollars today, other than the $50,000 that Kate identified to clean up the contract that's existing. There's no commitment for that next phase right now. There is opportunity for council to get up there, get eyes on the site itself. We can bring you the plan, and then the decision can be made in the future.
Councillor Humphrey.
Great. I have a couple of questions. So do we have numbers on how many burials there have been over the last 5 to 10 years? Like, is it 1 a year? Is it 2 a year? You know, and going back for 5 to 10 years, I think that would be helpful to see. It helps give us something to go on going forward if we know, hey, they had 2 a year.
Yeah, for sure, we can definitely get you that data. We would have the burials, how many plots are sold, things like that for Nordegg, because we own the Nordegg Cemetery.
Yeah, that would really help if we could have that, I believe. And this number we're looking at of 1.3 million, almost, yeah. And then another 458,000, so we're encroaching on a couple $1 million. How much has already been spent? Yeah, we're just looking at, that's 26 and 28. What did we spend in the last, getting it to where it is now?
Approximately 550,000.
550, so we've spent 550. Now, it sounds to me like perhaps we could scale this back. I know those, I'm gonna have trouble with it now. Columbariums, they're very expensive. And they also pose some issues because they're basically like lockers, and they're double-sided. so they pose issues for vandalism stuff to go on. A lot of the cemeteries, like I know Leslieville, because I'm getting a lot of information on that, because we're looking at that as well, for much less money, I might add. But they're doing it in stages and as they need, go ahead a little bit at a time. But there you can have, on a burial plot, you can have somebody buried, but if you want to have cremations, they're allowed to go in on top of the burial. So you can have one family member buried there, you could have 6 more put on top in cremation urns as well. So people can get a lot more use out of a plot and keep their family closer together, and not have that same huge expenses with the columbarium. So yeah, if we could, I think it's something perhaps we could look at as a council on how we could scale that back going forward and try to go ahead in phases, as if we've got it to where we could lay out a number of plots. We don't need to do the whole thing. My take on it.
Yeah, whatever council wishes to do going forward.
Councillor McKay.
Just to backtrack to the design stage of this project, I realize the previous council approved the design, but how did we get to this design point? Was it driven by residents? Was it driven by administration? How did we get here?
I believe it was possibly a bit of both. I know they did hire a consultant to come up with the design,
The residents did or the county?
the county.
Okay. Maybe Mr. Emmons has some insight.
Go ahead, Mr. Emmons, please.
Thank you. As Director Van Nieuwkerk spoke of, there was a number of different designs considered from the engineer. That went out to public engagement. The community weighed in as well. A design was preferred. That information was brought back to council, and council accepted the design that's currently budgeted.
That does answer the question, I guess.
Councillor Letwin.
Frustration here is we're approached by the Leslieville Cemetery. They have a 4-year working plan, and their total numbers were 411,000. And we're looking at 1.8 million with no overruns for the Nordig. And the population, again, how many burials are there? Leslieville is the second largest burial site in the county. So numbers comparing. And Leslieville's a nice little cemetery. I don't know how fancy you have to get to bury your dead, you know. Thank you.
Mr. Emmons.
Thank you. And if I may, this council can definitely look at different designs. And there would be cost savings, would be my expectation in a different design. Saying that, respectfully, Leslieville is not Nordic. A cemetery in a mountainous community is far different than a cemetery in the east part where the ground is quite a bit different. So I would expect, even without the ground challenges, when you're stick building out in Nordic, because of the geography, it's always 15 to 20% higher because it's that much more removed from a central area. So, you know, in my experience in construction, over the last 40 years, Nordic is more expensive at any given time, but especially when you get into dirt work. Excavating rock is a lot different than the soils around this area as well. Not saying there won't be cost savings with a different design, but I don't believe it'd be possible to get it down to about a $400,000 cemetery in that location.
But the land has already been purchased, it's already been tested for plots, et cetera, and that's why the site was chosen. So I can't see a rock problem unless somebody hasn't done the job.
All that work was done. That's part of the initial 500,000 spoke of. But it's still a mountainous community. It's not level. You still have erosion issues. You still have things that have to be mitigated, no different than the road design. When you're building a road on a 14% grade, it's far different than building a road with a 2% grade. Just, it is different, respectfully. So.
Thank you.
Director Van Newkirk.
Just did want to add that currently the Nordegg Cemetery, only residents that currently or in the past have resided in Nordegg are able to be buried there. And I believe the intent was in the future to allow these plots in Nordegg to be purchased by anybody that wishes to be buried in Nordegg. Just to add as information as I guess is that was one of the things that was intended.
So I do have a question regarding cemeteries. If Clearwater County or Council chose to not invest in any cemeteries, what would be the process moving forward to have available space for families or residents of the region?
Don't know if I 100% understand what you're asking.
Okay, so I'll add some more clarity. So say all the cemeteries in this region are full, there's no capacity. They're all full. Council chose to not fund any more investment into cemeteries. What happens? What would be the path forward for the community?
I don't know that offhand, unfortunately. I'm sure there is some provincial legislation that we can reference to see what the requirements are for a municipality regarding cemeteries. Unfortunately, I don't have that information on hand right now, but I can definitely provide that to council once I find it.
Okay.
There is a act, a cemeteries act, that puts the responsibility on the municipalities, but.
Okay, so there is some financial responsibility placed on Clearwater County to provide adequate cemeteries and availability for burials.
Yeah, I do believe that legislation does say if there is no community, but like Bettina said, she'll look it up, but if there is no volunteer organization,
Okay.
at least for an existing cemetery, that responsibility falls on the municipality. What happens if there's no existing cemetery, I'm not 100% sure.
Okay,
And sorry, can I just ask one question? Like, I'm putting this on my list of things that we wanna probably either adjust or talk about later. So how much, if we move this down, Kate, how much would you need in 2025? Just the 50, or would you require more?
Yeah.
Just the 50? Or sorry, in 2026?
Yeah.
Can't remember what year I'm working on.
It should be. The holdback's already accounted for in
Yeah.
25.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
Yeah, I can get exact numbers, depending on their last progress payment, but.
I do have one last question. Cost recovery for the plots that are sold, does that recover any of the investment that was put into developing the cemetery?
Obviously, to some degree, I do believe there was going to be a scaled, I'd have to verify this, but for the cost of the plots, whether you were a resident or not type of thing. So I believe there was gonna be different costs associated with those plots, whether you were a resident of Clearwater County or Nordegg or not, kind of thing. But as to the actual amount that would be cost recovery, we'd have to see on the fees and do that calculation to determine.
See what sort of a percentage would be cost
Yeah.
recovered, okay. Councillor Humphrey.
I just got a question. You said that unless you were from Nordegg in the past, you couldn't be buried there. So you
That's
had to be a
correct.
resident. Is that a common practice? Is that, I know when we were talking to the Leslieville board, they said their area included and they give some boundaries on it. And I never really thought much more about it. And people will come back. I was just assuming if you weren't from here, you wouldn't want to be buried here. But yeah, if, just some clarification on that. Is there a lot of cemeteries that have that?
Pass the floor over to Mr. Emmons.
Thank you. It's not uncommon. For example, in our area, Horseguard Creek Cemetery, if you're not associated with the family there, they don't open up a spot for you. And historically, Nordegg, if you're not associated to Nordegg in the history of Nordegg, they wouldn't permit you to be buried there. So you'd go to another community. And that kind of builds on actually the other part of the conversation. To the best of my knowledge, there's nothing in the Cemetery Act that requires you to have a cemetery. But if an existing cemetery is struggling, it defaults, the responsibility defaults to the municipality. What you are relying on is other communities then that don't have those rules, because it really is about a 50-50. To the best of my knowledge, Hesbro Cemetery does not have that rule. Although I'm as far away as Arbutus, I could pick that, and it wouldn't be a big deal, if that helps.
Yeah, but then that does help. Thanks for that, CO Emmons. So we're setting up, as it stands right now, we're setting up this cemetery in Nordegg, and if we throw it open to everybody, the taxpayers of Clearwater County are paying for anybody who wants to come from anywhere in the world and be buried in Nordegg. They flew over here one day and went, wow, Nordegg's beautiful. I want to be buried there, and we get to pay for it. Seems like a bad investment on our part. We might want to really consider not opening that up to everybody, which would allow us to scale this back quite a bit, I do believe.
Thank you for the comments, Councillor Humphrey. Councillor Letwin.
Yeah, on this synopsis drawing that you showed here, some of these burial plots are wider than the other ones, and that would be facing the south. The wider ones look like they're twice as wide as the narrow ones. So would that be a double row of gravesites?
I'm not 100% sure on that.
And just,
Sorry.
yeah, and just by looking at your meter scale here, you'd be looking at 25 meters, yeah. Okay, that's a lot of plots, an awful lot of plots, and then a green burial area on top of it. Thank you.
Councillor McKay.
Just with respect to the cost recovery aspect of this project, looking at a facility like this, being as intricate as it is, I believe the revenue from the sale of plots would probably be consumed entirely just in maintenance costs of this particular facility.
And I do have one more comment. If council is when we have a tour of Nordegg, to be able to get the new council to be able to have a tour, whatever happens with the budget, in 2026, if we would have the opportunity to also do a budget adjustment, if council chose to. Ms. Serhan?
Yeah, absolutely. Any of the projects that are not tendered, or if there's direction to just wait until we have, you have more information to make a firm decision, it can stay in budget with that knowledge, and then a budget adjustment could come after, or remove it and a budget adjustment to add it could come after. So there's definitely opportunity to revisit the budget during the year. I believe in 2025, there was something like 16 budget adjustments.
Right, so if after a tour of council gets to
Yes.
physically see the site, they may consider value in the project, or they may see little value. So there's still an opportunity for future budget adjustments to be made. Is there any more discussion on this item? Okay. If administration, please carry on.
And I apologize for the drawing. I couldn't find the architectural one, the fancy architectural one, so this is just the overview architectural
Sorry.
one to give an idea.
If I could. Reeve, I
please.
wanted to kind of, as we're diving right into the balance of Nordig, I think that this theme of the question is gonna keep rising, so I think we should address it at the beginning about, that the last vision that we had for Nordig was a growth community. The projected population, I think, was to be 2,500 is what we have this is identified as a growth hamlet. And it was the previous council that all of these development items that we're gonna be walking through, whether it be the land development, the access roads, the internal road system, the cemetery, it was all based on that growth hamlet as being that, the intent was to see this community grow to try to get to its extent. And I think the cemetery is a reflection of that. And there hasn't been a whole lot of discussion about Leslieville because there hasn't been a lot of focus on the growth in Leslieville. It wasn't even on the radar until the community actually brought that forward, saying that we're just about out of room, we want some more space. And I like cemetery, I like Leslieville, my family's buried there, and it has a deep, close place in my heart as well. But Nordig in itself is a completely different monster in the fact that, again, the focus that we've had over the last 4 years has been really growth dependent. We've seen a huge uptake in the residential lots right after COVID. So after 2020, we'd sat on these residential lots in the south portion of Nordig for over 10 years. Not a single lot was sold. Right after COVID, every single one of those were picked up through a developer. And we've actually, over the last couple of years, we've been taking some of them back. So even the last council started curbing their appetite for development in Nordig, but still trying to create opportunities through these different types of development, different high-density residential, the medium-density residential, the service commercial. It was to try to, build it and they will come philosophy when it comes to Nordig. And I just wanted to kind of set that stage there. That was the previous council's philosophy when it comes to the budget you're seeing here today. And it's very much within your guys' purview to adopt a new vision for Nordig and how you want it to be done. It could be back to the Nordig pays for itself philosophy. You wait until a portion of it's sold and then you would, consider additional development, or you stay with the previous philosophy, which is build it and they will come, because that is basically what the plan that you're seeing here today. So I just wanted to throw that out there real quick. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hanson.
On to page 50. So this budget is for the rehabilitation of Trestle 2, which unfortunately, out of the 3 trestles, is the center one. So in 2024, we did rehabilitation to Trestle 1 and 3 for a walking trail. They were not designed to do ATV. It was designed to be a walking connection trail around the hamlet. So we engaged WSP Engineering to submit a preliminary design report with 2 repair alternatives. Both alternatives will have new decking and handrails to help mirror Trestle 1 and 3. So alternative 1 addresses only the timber elements identified as deficient and retain the majority of the existing structure and superstructure. And I apologize, these numbers did come in after my budget was due. So there is room for movement for this budget as well, depending on the outcome or priority settings, if this is a priority for you guys. And then alternative 2 would be more of like pure removal and redesign the span, and that one would be a more expensive project. The first one, alternative, is about $1 million, and the other one is just over $1 million. So there is a little wiggle room. And again, this is another project that can be postponed, relooked at after you guys do the tour. There is an alternative to go around. However, just due to the topography, it's not ideal with some people in wheelchairs. If this was rehabilitated, this also could be a wheelchair and stroller path. If you to go around, it is quite steep and there is a little bit of a creek crossing.
Mr. Hanson?
Yeah, just for a little bit more benefit, putting this council in about the worst position when it comes to these trestle development there, because we've done 1 and 3, which are the 2 trestles on each end. This one being in the middle, closest to the populated area, because it was in the worst shape. So we did the easy ones first. We actually had, from our original assessment, there again, we do this on occasion, is we got a second opinion on that trestle too, because we weren't quite satisfied with the engineering assessment that was provided with the first. And to our benefit, it actually turned out to be a little bit more of a cost benefit, a little bit cheaper solution than what the original engineer provided, which is great. But there again, it's a lot of money for a pedestrian walkway. Unfortunately, this is a pedestrian pathway, and this is right in the middle of that. So it would, not moving forward, that really negates the use of the other pathways. There again, it's something we can do through the tour. It's not a panic.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, page 51. Oh,
Can I ask a question?
Oh, yeah, please, Ms. Serhan, go ahead.
So did I miss it, or did you say like what the budget is that you would need in 2026 with the new estimate, or?
the new estimate, not including engineering, is 1,030,000.
Okay, so about 230 then, thousand? Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Counselor Letwin.
Trestle 1 and Trestle 3 were rehabilitated. And what was that with the engineering costs for that rehabilitation, as well as the engineering and design costs for this rehabilitation?
I think that one was just about 800,000 for the two.
Was that for both trestles?
Yes, those ones, this one is the longest, tallest, has a waterway under it, so this one has a lot more, like Eric mentioned, it was in the worst shape. The other two had a lot less substructure repairs. It was more the surface and decking and railing.
Okay.
So this one will have more substructure repairs due to the pier kind of disintegrating.
And where's Trestle 2 in conjunction with Trestle 1 and 3?
Right in the middle.
Right in the middle. How convenient.
Yeah, I think, do they go, one I think is the one where the road you go up to the cemetery is? Is that 1 or 3? I get turned around every time. This one is about, I wanna say 100 meters from trestle, another trestle.
That's a short
Yeah, so this
walk.
one's quite back to back. However, like I said, if you go, you technically, if not in a wheelchair, could go around. And that could be something we could look into, is just a different trail system. However, it will restrict certain people on the current conditions of it. So there would be money required if people wanted to walk around.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Counselor Humphrey.
I'm just curious how long this walking trail is. Cause you said there's only 100 meters between trestle 1 and 2.
Yeah,
So how long is it? Is it a
I wanna
kilometer?
say a kilometer. I walked from the one to the other, and it's not huge.
So has the rest of the trail been brought up to
No, there's.
standard? Is it okay, or are we gonna have to build
No,
that too?
if you were, again, I'm not sure if people's familiar with it, so at the top end of the historic commercial core is a trailhead where you could get onto it and hit the trestle. I wanna say 1, we'll say 1 is the one that you drive under to go to the mine site. So that trail would also have to be upgraded. There is, and that would be consisting of just some tree brush removal and graveling.
So is that cost,
It would be encompassed in this budget, yeah.
so that $1,030,000 that you're talking?
That's just for the trestle itself.
So where's the budget for the graveling and the
It would
rest
be
of the path?
encompassed in the 1.2, so the carry forward in that. We're trying to take some, cause originally it was budgeted in the ag department, and we're trying to move it over and encompass everything into
So we
one.
got about a kilometer trail, and we're gonna have like $2.5 million. Right.
Yeah,
Just
it's not.
trying to
long.
grasp this, it seems almost,
Yeah, even if we had an aerial,
Hard-
that might help
hard to
as well.
grasp.
I can look.
we're not
even for an
driving
aerial.
on it, that's just a
No,
walk.
it is just a walking path, not ATV, and it's not long.
Wow, wow.
Director Van Newkirk.
Just to clarify, basically this, the rail trail cuts off right before the trestles. And so that was, previously was intended to become a walking trail. So if anybody's ever been on the rail trail, if you kept going and you would basically go right into Nordegg on the trestles, but it's blocked off there. And then that's where this trail over the trestles continues for the walking path.
It'll be very interesting when we get our tour of Nordegg. Like, I know where the rail trail is, so I can visualize where this is, but yeah, that's pretty extensive trail.
I don't see any further comments at this time.
Okay. On page 51 is carry forward for seasonal deficiencies for the Nordegg Industrial Subdivision. Currently, the shallow utilities are just finishing up there, so this budget is just for, due to the topography, the area, the heavy rains, flash floods, this money is just to address any of our erosion control and any kind of cleanup from any shallow utilities within 2026. Page 52. So residential phase 2, which.
Ms. Franklin,
Sorry.
Councillor Letwin has a comment or question.
Nordegg Industrial Subdivision, or is that tied in with, no, that's residential. In the industrial subdivision, what kind of businesses are there?
Current businesses, there is a construction yard, there's our public works building and yard, there is an RV storage, Volker Steven has a shop up there. Well, our last lot in phase 1 was just sold for equipment storage, like big trucks and kind of run their business out of there. And the phase 2 is on the market right now. As far as I've heard, 2 lots have already been sold out of the 11, or 14, sorry.
Right.
Yeah.
So there's been a prelim done for the storm and fire pond then, with the
Yeah.
stone and rock and soils?
Yeah, so
Look
the
at this.
storm was done at the development of phase 1. So you will notice, if you go out there after they start developing, a handful of lots have to create their own stormwater retention pond. My apologies. And because phase 1 and a portion of phase 2 do go into the existing storm pond. However, there is a handful that do have to have their own storm retention pond based off our stormwater
I see.
management plan.
Okay,
Yeah, and then the county has an easement on every lot for the ditches that's in between each lot.
okay. I think I got it. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Page 52 is for residential phase 2, which we're calling Lily Ave. So this is the next phase after phase 1, which is Elizabeth Ave was sold. So the construction is already completed. In 2025, we did the shallow utilities and streetlights. So the carry forward into 26 is again for any warranty, inspection, and coordination. This project did include power, streetlights, gas, fiber. So there's more of the undergrounds, and then any erosion control. There wasn't any vegetation catch, so there is issues just due to the topography and the steepness of the lot. So we do have budget in there to help with any deficiencies that may arise in the spring. The 27 and 28 budget is for paving of the laneways, so back alleys by Elizabeth, in between Elizabeth and Lily.
Councillor Letwin, go ahead, please.
So there's 31 lots there, and the budget for this year, did you say that the shallow utilities are already put in with the broadband and that,
Correct, that was completed in 25.
in 25?
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
yeah, we attempted, and most are just to do all those shallow utilities in one trench. So that's why we encompassed the gas, because hopefully eventually it will end up there. Fiber, which is already, I think, all tied in, and then, yeah, so power, TELUS, and then streetlights.
It just has to be tied in then. It's there on the
Yeah,
property.
all of the conduit would be in for those utilities,
Okay.
yes. Yeah, so there isn't, and we can talk, this one is coming up, but, there is budget that we have proposed to get from the RMO up to this phase 2 residential.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so page 53. This one was already briefly mentioned, so this is the South Townsite Access Road, which it would be Range Road 15-2. This one is carry forward from 2025. So 2025 work consisted of submitting amendment approvals, which included a wetland impact assessment. That one was needed to be renewed just due to the timeline when this project began. And then 2027 budget would be for engineering and paving the road, and 2028 budget would be for the actual pavement of the road. I might let Eric go a little more, the background.
Yeah, it's, I was just briefly discussing it yesterday there. We started doing the original design for that south access road in 2021. We did an RFP out for engineering design for the bridge and road because it is a very sensitive project in the wetlands and the sensitive nature of the Shunda Creek itself. Basically, our preliminary estimates was around that $3.5 million mark. By the time we got through the bridge design, the requirements for that bridge, it would end up being a longer bridge than expected. It ballooned up to that $5.5 million mark there for a price. So previous council actually scaled back and said they were gonna postpone that project to a future date. We applied for grant funding, and we were successful in 50% of the cost of that. So actually that project then did get put back on the priority list. But because of, and what permits tend to do is actually the permitting had to be amended for public land specifically, as well as we had to resubmit for wetlands, the DFO approval, as well as Alberta Transportation, as where this access road would tie into Highway 11. We're this close to having all of those approvals in place. As you can see by some recent correspondence though, as part of the Alberta Environment's wetlands approval process is their own public engagement strategy and looking for feedback from residences. And there has been some feedback that's been provided. So is our intent now to wait for Alberta Environment to see what, from their direction, their perspective is to what they require, in regards to these. But it is residences of the Nordegg area that have raised issues of concerns, letters of concerns with the road and the bridge. So some more background, if I could. There was discussion about another alternative access to the south. We do have some high-level preliminary estimates there. So we know that there's only one way in, one way out of Nordegg. Nordegg gets threatened, it seems, every 3 years by some major event, usually a wildfire. And the idea of a second access into Nordegg has been the front of mind for a lot of people. This access road that was determined at the 15-2 mark, which is just before you head up the hill to the quarry, it was gonna be twofold. It would provide that secondary access, which would tie into the eventual infill development of the town site. It would eliminate the need for the quarry trucks to enter into the hamlet itself, and eliminate that nuisance that the trucks can make. So as well as I said, provide that other access. With that, we also did look at another alternative access to the south. But our priority has been focused on this, trying to get the permits for this 15-2 access up to Highway 11. Kind of summarizes it briefly there. Happy to answer any questions about that road specifically or that project.
Councillor Letwin.
What you're getting has been primarily negative. towards the project with the wetlands and the creek crossing. Now, I'm not familiar with the project, but a tour would be nice. See what other options there are. Absolutely, thank you.
Okay, we'll move right along.
Yes, please.
You want me to?
Sure. Sure.
So here we get into kind of the development portion there as kind of, there again, back to the philosophy of build it and they will come. The resort commercial area, for council's benefit, the ones that are semi-familiar, where the post office is, where the old library was, which we actually demolished and removed. That is where the new alignment for Center Street is. So that resort commercial area, we do have the engineering assessment for identified in 2026 for that resort commercial. It was really not going to be developed unless we actually had a developer that was present, but this is to have that ready in the event that we do have a developer come to the table. So that would be also funded through the Nordic Development lot sales. High Density West. So this is, and when we're saying west, that's west of Stewart Street. Stewart Street is the main road that goes through the community. So we do have budget for installation of deep utility stubs in, from Center Street. There are the existing, that is where the existing mobile homes, short-term leases are, those 10, or actually probably 6 on that side, 4 on the other side. So it would be then, in essence, ready for a developer. Our intent is not to develop the high-density west area similar to what we did with the residential. We want to leave it more natural and then leave it and basically sell it as a block that would provide an opportunity for however a developer wanted to bring in suitable development in the area, they could develop it as they see fit. So we would create this, how many acres was that, Kate? Was it 6?
6 acres.
It's a large 6-acre lot that could be sold, and it was right directly in behind the Discovery Center that could be sold to a developer. And then, so we wouldn't do the site grading, the storm pond. We would provide the criteria for what any on-light work would have to be, but we would leave that basically stub serviced and ready to go. High Density East. So this does include detailed design. There's 2 portions to this, and one is the Memorial Crescent, which is an existing duplex subdivision in there, which has aged infrastructure. Sidewalks are in disrepair, and has been identified that if we're going to do the high density east of Stewart Street, that there should be some work done in there. So this is, again, that is the design work for that project. That's on page 57, yeah. No, we can go to page 57, sorry. Yeah, so this would be the design work for that future project to happen in 2027, 2028. There again, development driven, this would get us prepared for that future development.
I'll send the aerial to Jana. I think it would actually be very beneficial for us to pull up the Nordic development plan. And then we can kind of help pinpoint where the trestles are in perspective of the commercial versus the residential. I do think that would be beneficial to see if you're not familiar with the area, as Eric goes through these.
I'll get, Councillor McKay has a question or comment. Please go ahead.
Yes, bringing the plan up would be extremely beneficial. I agree. Mr. Hanson, you mentioned the high-density housing. Are you referring to condos, or what sort of housing falls under that description?
Our planning department are experts in what would all fit into that category, but I believe you are correct, it'd be like condos, type development, off the top of your head. Duplexes and up.
Now, to follow that up, has there been any interest from any developers in those types of facilities?
There has been, I'm gonna call them tire kickers, in essence. What Nordeg's biggest hang up, I guess, or drawback is that if we don't have the municipal services upgraded to the property line, a lot of developers don't wanna wait until, or put in that capital cost to get it there. So this was they say the method in order to entice development is to actually have lots subdivided, stub serviced, ready to go for those potential developers to come in. And we had, actually, there was supposed to be one developer that was scheduled, I thought, to come in before the new year. Obviously, that's not gonna happen. But there was a developer just recently that was going to come in and actually present to council their proposal.
Thank you. It would make more sense to approach it from we will provide services if there's interest, to make that a part of a sale, rather than putting in that infrastructure, hoping that someone comes along.
Yeah.
I guess.
Councillor Letwin.
Our cost input so far to the Nordig project versus our tax base return. And does the provincial government kick in some of the funding for our maintenance and our development costs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? Or is, do we have any numbers on that?
Ms. Serhan, please.
Yeah, I can say that property tax revenue goes towards the maintenance costs of that, of Clearwater County as a whole. So it's a bigger formula than just the residents there pay for the services there. And the provincial government does not contribute to any maintenance costs within Clearwater County.
So then all residents of Clearwater County would help cover the cost through their taxes for any additional services to the Nordic area.
I would say,
percentage, I would say.
yeah, I would
Yeah.
say that happens in probably most of the hamlets.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Regland.
Yeah, so I'll just kind of give a quick overview because you don't have them labeled. So the high-density parcels that Eric mentioned are in yellow. So high-density west of Stewart Street, that's the lot that we were looking at just doing one service into, and then the service will be for the high density, which is a large multifamily apartments to accommodate. They said typical densities are 30 to 70 units per hectare. And then east would be around the existing duplexes on Memorial Crescent. East, however, is not intended within this budget to be fully developed, just a small section of it. Yeah, so we're looking at doing this full, it's one big lot with the tie-in about here. They will have the capacity if they want to tie into the services on Stewart Street. High density east, we're just looking at doing this little section down here and then upgrades to Memorial Crescent there. Due to topography, this is extremely expensive. So we did leave it out for now because of lack of interest. Our goal, is to have them legally surveyed and redistricted, and then if someone comes in, they will be ready for them. They would be responsible for any tree clearing, stormwater management, approvals to upward environment, is our goal for these two lots. The reason they got on is just the housing deficit for workers out there. This section here, the blue, is historic commercial core. Phase one, which is completed, is this. So this is a trail we were talking about. It's the old rail bed trail. So trestle 3, 2, 1, potentially, or 1, 2, 3. And so trestle 2 would be this one right here. Yeah. And then, yeah, you would connect here and then you can walk this way and get to this trestle. Currently, there's no path developed past. There is a path, depending on your hiking skills. Elizabeth completed, and then Lily, we've just done from here to here.
Okay.
Yeah,
Which way is the new stuff?
There's the last detail.
so Lily, which was just done, is just these big lots to here.
On both sides of the
Yeah,
road?
here and here. So that would be the encompasser, the 30. And then all of Elizabeth was done.
Okay, so Elizabeth. Okay,
Yeah,
I see, yeah. And then they actually have where it says lane, that's like a back alley?
yeah. And that's what the one just do that. Trying to get done.
And those ponds are for wastewater? Stormwater.
Our storage cells for lagoon are up in the industrial area.
So that's the 7 kilometers to get from our lift station up north there, all the way to the industrial, it's just past the industrial.
And then what are these lots up here? Yeah, they're in the gray.
That's the manufactured home park, so that's the concern, so the quarry traffic, is going past those subdivisions there, those mobile homes. And then 15-2 is more or less close to the red line that continues this far up. And then you can see our water wells.
Oh,
up north.
so that's the proposed route out there.
Correct, second
So
route.
you cross that river 3 times then?
It's a bit over, that's just
We went
all
around,
enough, yeah, it only crosses
we
once.
diverted around those.
Yeah,
That'd be a benefit to you. I'll provide that map printed version there for you,
yeah.
just to get a little bit more absorbed, and then we can, I know we kinda lost everybody there on the camera.
Yeah,
Sorry,
that's
I
okay.
apologize, but
That's okay. It's a lot of information for council to consider. But at this time, I think we'll take a break till 11:30. live stream. Welcome back from our break, and we'll continue on with our presentation during budget deliberations here with Mr. Hanson or Ms. Ragland. Mr. Hanson. Thank you very much.
Yeah, if we go to page 58 with the Center Street development. So this project has been a little bit ongoing. The detailed design is complete. So construction is scheduled for 2026. We have had a late disruption, I guess, when it comes to our historical resources review. Just to give council a little bit heads up, we've just had this correspondence over the last few days here. Normally, when we do historical resources applications, we get a green light and we just keep moving forward. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case with this one here. We did our assessment, and the assessment came back that there is actually an archaeological dig requirement for a portion of the road slope. So it's not the road itself, it's this portion of the fill slope that kind of interferes into one of these sensitive areas. So if council chooses to move forward with this project in 2026, we would be looking for a slight budget adjustment to accommodate this approximately $140,000 archaeological compliance and component. So that would be added on to the 3.7. So I think again, the capital projects report, we've kind of shown that alignment. If you were to go straight off west of Stewart Street, where the old library used to be, we cross that little drainage way, and then basically head up the hill to the south, and then would tie into the existing Center Street development that we've created thus far. So yeah, this is for the deep utilities and all the earthworks for the construction of that Center Street road. So the idea is to get Center Street completed and then have that access into the south, and then that would give us an opportunity and the room to actually go and finish Stewart Street, which is currently the only access into that area.
Councillor Humphrey.
So looking at the map that we have, so is that Center Street is already built? Is it just built to Elizabeth, or does it go up to Lily already?
Center Street is constructed to the lane right north of Lily, or at Martha.
Okay, right where,
Yeah, right there. So yeah, that's the end, that is the north end of Center Street currently, and we need to construct to the east, to the northeast.
this piece, are you talking this piece here?
Nope,
Lily?
nope, stretch farther, and it's the sweeping road that goes, that's the one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So we still have access in and out, we just, if that didn't go ahead at this time, it doesn't stop the access in or out of there.
Absolutely not. So yeah, this is a project from the North Development Plan. It's that could be postponed. Or again, we have the design sitting on the shelf. Yeah, that project could be postponed.
Yeah, cause with it being just shy of that 4 million and then another million in 28.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unfortunately, there's no cost recovery on that type of development. You can't really attribute, there'd be some through lot sales, but it's not something that could be disposed of. So it's really a 100% cost to the community. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, looking forward to this conversation. The Nordic shallow utilities, we kind of dipped into that a little bit yesterday when we talked about natural gas. So, of course, 2025, the big investment by the county and the Rocky Gas Co-op and the province to get natural gas to the doorstep in Nordegg. That still leaves us short to service the buildings and the community itself. As the developer, we do have some responsibility for those costs. In the absence of an estimate provided by Rocky Gas, we've basically pulled together an estimate for cost per meter to try to go from the RMO up past the Discovery Center. And we would want to actually extend that right up along that Center Street alignment to hook into the existing commercial core and the new residential areas that are developed. So would make that connection. Okay. what's included in that. Go ahead.
Sorry. Just further, if Center Street was postponed, reassessed, canceled, the servicing to get to the residential would still have to happen along that Center Street alignment, which currently is included in the Center Street construction numbers of just shy of 4 million. It's not included in the 200,000 to service county-owned buildings.
Councillor McKay.
Is it a requirement or is it a nice to have? Like, is it because we brought natural gas to this community, we now have to service every lot?
No, it's not active. Currently, people have propane tanks. So yes, it is, developer driven. A lot of people didn't want to go out there with big condos or hotels because they didn't want to run off propane. And then, yeah, the county's just looking just to get our own buildings and then to our developments.
I
But
guess,
I wouldn't say it's a have to, because right now they have propane.
right, and some of the feedback that council has received is that certain residents, they don't want that service to their property line because they don't want to bill year round.
Oh, okay.
They're quite content being on propane. And it may cause issues.
Yeah, and it would still be optional if they, to tie in, yeah.
Mr. Hanson.
Yeah, I know our propane bill there for the Discovery Center and for the, like, we actually have it, the stub is right to the Public Services Building today. The stub is also right to the lift station, that was done in 2025. It is a large expense for propane at the Discovery Center. Like I said, I was predicting maybe not quite half, but there was to be a significant cost savings there in fuel, as well as the problems that the propane has with, in that area specifically, is gelling off. We've had some freezing and then having to do the fixed repair after you get frozen water lines, because it's better now because we have the presence of the library in there. We actually have somebody in that building year round. It used to be that it was only seasonally used, the Discovery Center, but now the library's there, we have more eyes on the facility, so if there was a frozen water line or the propane froze up, that we would be able to quickly, we could more quickly to respond now. But again, it's absolutely a higher level of service to have natural gas to it, and it is optional.
I do have another question for so is over 2026 and 2027, that'd be another contribution of about 1.9 million. Does that cover any of the north subdivision?
No, it does not. That 1.7 is the line that would extend from the current developed area in the South Hamlet to the industrial area. That is, the north subdivision is kind of left to its own devices and Rocky Gas Co-op. So Rocky Gas Co-op, because it's a build-up, it would be no different than anywhere else in the county, that if somebody were to apply for gas, that there would be the arrangement that you would pay the fee to the Rocky Gas Co-op. And it used to be the philosophy where it was the same price whether they had to go 3 miles or 300 feet. It was, that was the rate. And so it's our understanding that the north will be serviced under that philosophy, is that between Rocky Gas and the homeowners would pay that. Difficult construction. There's some rock concerns up in that north subdivision. But it was, so that's gonna be their problem to address. That 1.7 was the estimate we got for Rocky Gas Co-op to extend to the industrial subdivision, which, there again, looking for a second opinion, I would likely, find a second opinion and have that adjusted. That was the quote provided by our gas co-op.
Okay, Councillor Letwin.
You said the lift station and the Discovery Center are on propane, and those are going 12 months of the year, is that correct? Can you give me an annual budget, what it costs for heating fuel right at the moment?
Or the Discovery Center?
Both of them together, even.
Yeah, I just don't have that number right handy with me, but I can certainly get you the propane for that. Actually, I think I provided, no, I didn't have it in that one. In the handout I actually had from, I thought maybe I had it in here, but I don't think I do. But I will get you our propane costs there for.
Yeah,
Discovery
I
Center.
appreciate that, thank you.
Yeah.
don't see any other further discussion at this time from the committee members.
Okay, the last item I know that was added to, in a recent discussions with council and the motion to support it was the ice plant in Caroline. It was the add-on, so I just wanted to discuss briefly there, the motion. We have that handy? But it was, I believe it was up to a maximum of $1 million for county contribution. I believe the estimate was 1.6. Okay, so I'm just gonna briefly, motion by Deputy Reeve McKay that council fund 50% of the replacement cost of the Caroline Ice Plant up to $1 million funded from the Caroline restricted surplus, provided Clearwater County Administration manages the RFP/tendering and installation of the new ice plant. So I would just recommend that we actually move that into Public Works infrastructure capital budget at the tune of $1 million, as that is the upset limit. I had a brief look at the estimate, and there was the $1.6 million plus 20 additional things that weren't included. So that's a little bit concerning. So I would recommend that we actually, just the budget actually match the motion. But the intent would be that we would actually get a subject matter expert in ice plants to come in and do an assessment to see if a new plant is warranted, is it the most cost-effective solution, and come back to council with that information before we move forward with a new ice plant in Caroline.
Councillor McKay.
Has the Carolina Ag Society accepted that proposal?
No, they have not heard back from him.
Was there anything else on the list there, Kate? Was that, I believe that summarizes our Public Works infrastructure capital.
Okay. I guess we can carry on and move on. We are gonna stop here at noon. So we could do, we'll do an introduction. We'll start into corporate services 6.4. And we'll get started on this agenda item, and I'll pass the floor over to administration. Just a reminder, we will only go till 12 o'clock, and then we'll recess till 1:30. So we'll just get started on this. And Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Perhaps I'll just introduce this budget item. This will be the draft capital budget for information technology. And it's essentially broken into two segments. The first being the IT infrastructure, which is all of the capital equipment and networking and so forth to support county operations in general. Then the second segment will be specific to broadband. So with the committee's permission, I will turn this over to information technology to go through the individual items.
Yes, please, Mr. McDonald.
Good morning, just barely. Also, Brad Willigan is here for assistance too, just to introduce him.
Hi.
So we're on page 61. If I'm right, that's the main one, and then I guess we'll just go to the second one, which is page 62. Is everybody ready for that? So what this is every five years, we replace servers, and we do it in a 3-year process. So we don't retire so that we're not always updating constantly. So we do it 5 years, then over 3 years, we'll replace them. So just so everybody knows what a server is, A server is a computer or a system that provides our resources, our data, services, programs, to the other computers, our network. So it's our center hub of our network. It supplies software that's for our finance system, HR, fire, pretty much everything, our Outlook, your email, everything like that. So these systems, some of them are physically located here that we use for speed and access to the network, to the local network, to make it more efficient. Some servers that we have are virtual servers we have actually out in the clouds, in the cloud also too. So what we're asking for this year, or for 2026, sorry, is $65,000, and that'll replace a high performance server that will last five more years, and we'll go into that rotation again. Any questions, or just keep?
Please proceed. I don't see any,
Okay, thanks.
any questions at this time.
Okay, 63, page 63, it's the uninterrupted power supplies, or in sort of layman's terms, battery backups. So what battery backups do in the enterprise level, the ones we're talking about, basically we'll have a generator, and if there's a power outage, there's a sort of a spike when it switches over to the generator, or it comes off civil power. There's either a spike or a brownout or something like that that causes the power to be out. So the battery backup stabilizes that power so that it doesn't give it an overpower or underpower shot. And we have typically, we keep our battery backups for about 7 to 8 years, I think 8 years now, if I'm correct, Brad. And we're replacing our main core one in 2026, and it's lasted this long. So it's just, it's out of support and out of warranty now. They just end of life for most of this stuff. So I'll let Brad speak to that a little bit more if need be, or if there's any questions.
We do have a question, so Councillor McKay, please go ahead.
Pardon me, my apologies. That particular UPS is for this building?
No, it's just for the server room.
Oh, okay.
Just for the server room itself, not for the whole.
Yeah, we don't, the building's not on, the building has a generator, and then each desktop has its own small UPS, but
Yep.
this is replacing a server room UPS.
Perfect. And is it a Haley or is it something German-made or what?
The current one is from Schneider Electric, or
Okay.
they got bought out by, oh yeah, Schneider Electric, it used to be APC.
Used to be APC.
Yeah,
now
APC is
Schneider.
a division of Schneider now, yeah.
Yeah,
And does it not have batteries that can be changed, or is the battery swap on a yearly, or?
batteries typically last 5 years and then we replace them. And we do that to keep the cost down, we try to do that in-house.
Right.
Because to buy the batteries from APC is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And then it's just, this is like, we've had to re-warranty it. So we had to have them come out, re-inspect it, go through everything. And there's quite a cost to that. And we've done it already a couple times to extend the life of this one.
I see.
So it's getting to a point where we'd like to just, instead of trying to keep pushing its life, get a new one in so we get a fresh 5 years of warranty on it type thing.
Could I suggest that maybe looking at other options such as Haley rather than Schneider? They're just more of an
Well,
industrial.
the cost, it'll go to RFP.
Okay,
So whoever bids on it, if the price is good, like, that's who we'll go with.
yeah, like Haley's, they're an Albertan company, everything's manufactured, constructed in Calgary. And I mean, you're talking 40+ year lifespans.
Haley?
Yeah, Hayley. Heavy use in industry.
And they'll probably bid typically on their RFPs if they typically build, which they would probably bid on it. We get really good responses on that kind of stuff.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay?
Councillor Letwin also has a question.
Yes, sir.
These battery surge protection units, how many volts are they and how many hours can they run? your system before the generator has to kick in. And then you must have a surge protection system also on the generator, so when it fires up, so does it happen automatically when the power goes out, or does somebody have to physically be there?
There's a transfer switch in the main power room that handles kicking off the grid onto the generator.
Okay,
And then the UPSs, we try to size them so it gives us a little bit of room that if the generator doesn't kick on, we can get in and shut everything down so nothing goes down hard. So we usually give ourselves an hour of room. If,
That'd be done.
the more capacity we hit, the price just starts climbing significantly.
so are these like 12-volt batteries or something, or are they
Yeah, it's just
24-volt?
they're
or-
lead acid sealed batteries. They're tiny ones. They're put into series and parallel into the machine.
Oh, they're a bunch of small ones.
Yeah, and it's all 120, 120, 240.
Pardon me?
It's all 120, 240. So it's all like it.
Okay.
They have standard outlets in because all the servers run on normal
Yeah,
AC
no.
power.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Alrighty, I'll ask administration to please,
Thank you.
Mr. McDonald, please carry on.
Any more questions there, or go to the next slide? I didn't see any, so. Page 64? 64, yes, 64. So, drones, I'll probably go to Brad for the expertise, but I'll start it. Due to the increasing request for drone imagery and video, the requirements for drones include increased flight time, range, and payload types. Some of the areas that are starting to use it more and more are public works for stockpiles, pit overburden, pit production and roads, agriculture, and wildlife services to inspect animal habitat and detect weeds. And I believe you can go up and with the right kind of gear, you can see the different colors of the weeds, and so you know what you could spray in, and so you can do spot spraying. I think that's so an assessment, inventory assets, conditions, waste management for manage airspace and compaction, planning, development for property inspections, analyzing drainage, reduce departments' impacts. First responders, this is the ones that actually use these drones the most by far. Mapping accidents, fire scenes for investigation and analysis, and the other one is search and rescue, and they've used those a few times with great success, I believe. GIS for spatial data and shared with stakeholders, us being the stakeholders, and the other potential is for aerial and the aerial photographs to be replaced if you can get a long distance drone. So we found that, and I'll probably turn this over to Brad, this is his part, so.
Build a budget number for this. We were looking at kind of the requirements and what that looks like for flight time. So your typical, like the typical drones we have about a 15-minute to 30-minute flight time. And if you start looking at search and rescue as a big one, 30 minutes doesn't give them a ton of space. So if we start looking at pushing an hour of flight time, the types of drones that we need to use for that kind of flight time, the price goes up because it gets more complicated. So, and then again, depending on the sensors packages we put on it, again, changes the size of the drone as well, which impacts its flight time and battery use.
Right. Oh, Councillor McCauley.
Do we have the in-house expertise for the operators on these?
We do have pro staff trained. I think we just lost our trainer person in fire, but we are looking at replacing or having somebody else fill that role.
How many licensed operators do we have?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. There's quite a few in fire and quite a few of staff also. I want to say at least 15.
Wow, that's pretty impressive.
Are there any more questions on the drones? Oh, Councillor, that one.
So you're using this for industry purposes and search and rescue?
So all the things that read you to, so yeah, Public Works, Agriculture, Assessment,
So.
Waste Management, Planning and Development, First Responders, and our GIS, which is Geographical
When
Information
you
Systems.
say agriculture for weed inspections and that, do you contact the landowner and say that you'll be taking up their
I think-
airspace with your drone?
I think
And invading their privacy?
I think the purpose would be that if agriculture goes out or is asked to go out, because we do weed spraying, they would fly the drone, so the owner would understand that it's flying over their area, and they would be allowed to spot the correct type of weeds and in those areas, and maybe not spray in certain areas. So the owner would know that it's flying over because the owner would have asked us to come out. And that's the way I understand that agriculture does that.
Okay. And will you be using the drones also for tax assessments on people's acreages and
I
real
don't
estate?
know if there's a plan to do that at all. I know that they've trained. I don't know if they've actually certified, but I don't know if there's a plan. And that would be off to probably this group to talk about.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hagan, please.
Yeah, and just for the benefit of those that weren't able to hear Mr. Cochin, our appointed assessor's viewpoint on that during orientation. It is a tool that could be used in the future, but at this time, it's really not practical for them. They prefer the direct contact with the property owners. So right at this time and for the foreseeable future, they don't see using those necessarily, unless possibly to get a viewpoint of a faraway property or something like that. But right now, they don't see them being employed.
Okay, if there are any more questions on page 64? If not, I think at this time, we're gonna take a break until 1:30.
Okay.
welcome back after our break. We're going to continue on in corporate services on page 65 of our budget. And I'll pass the floor over to Mr. McDonald again.
Okay, and I think we're down to 65, which is the municipal service buildings. Make sure I'm on the right page, because I'm there. Where's my page? Sorry, guys, wrong page. Now I'm good.
No worries, all good.
So it's municipal, buildings hookups in Caroline. As you know, we've amalgamated with, Caroline, to say the least. Municipal, so what we're looking at for the IT standpoint and for work with the municipal services is to, hook up, about 4 spots in, or sort of 5 spots in Caroline, just to increase connectivity and, so we can put security cameras in and et cetera. So the one is the blower house, which is the lagoon, public works shops, the water plant, and the fire department. And we have about, what we've put in for 2026 is 200,000, and we're hoping to use the construction people that we have in the area so that we don't have to demob and mob, so that we can save some funds on those small builds. I'll let sort of Brad talk to about the technology needs for that.
Yeah, we'd try to standardize hooking all our buildings up to the fiber so that we don't have to go through other connections, add extra hardware, and then reliability becomes an issue. We fiber up the buildings and the phone system works a lot better, and then, of course, security cameras, they are pretty bandwidth heavy. It also lets us then tie the buildings in with our building access globally. So it makes it easier for building access for staff and contractors to get in.
Councillor Humphrey.
So is that for all of the county buildings in Caroline then?
That's for all the buildings that I know of, yes.
What about the hub?
The hub, we haven't talked about that. We thought we'd bring that to council at another time, but we do have a piece of conduit. When we paved, I can't remember when Matt was here, the Director of Agriculture, but they were paving that and they put some conduit under there. So it's very, very close to the one building. So it's super easy to do.
Because, yeah, it would seem to me like we would, if we're gonna do them all, we should make sure we do them all.
Yeah.
And don't leave one out, because that one is, it's quite an extensive building, and I think
Yeah.
some good quality cameras and stuff in there would be really beneficial.
Yeah, I think the hookup to the outside of the wall basically is fairly cheap for that one. It's, but for the internals, if we wanted to build a network, like IT wanted to go in and build a proper network for everybody to use in there, that would be extra cost on that. Like put in a switch in and cabling and stuff in the building.
One of my guys did do an assessment on that building, and the current cabling is not fantastic. So if we did look at seriously putting a network in that building, it would require some recabling. And that would be a separate budget item.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, guys.
Councillor Letwin.
I was understanding that there was no broadband in Caroline?
We go, the counties, Clearwater broadband, section, our conduit, or the fiber and the conduit come from Rocky Mountain House, go right through the center of Caroline and head down to, Olds. That's part of our core backbone. We do not have any, the only people we're servicing right now is the, service building, or the old
County
Caroline building.
Office.
But anything else we're not servicing. So this is where we can use our existing broadband to help Caroline's infrastructure instead of building it all out.
So this is just for broadband hookup, this wouldn't include cameras in it and all that other
Yes.
stuff?
But no, it doesn't include the cameras.
This is just for
the physical
county
fiber.
services.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
just for county services only.
okay,
Yep.
thank you.
You're welcome.
I got a question on that building. Is there a current fiber connection ready at that building?
At the county main office, or like the town's
hub?
office, town
At the-
office?
At the hub, or the arena?
No, we have conduit that, Ag put in 4 or 5 years ago. They put a piece of conduit across the driveway, I think, so that we could just shoot in there. So we do not have conductivity there.
No, not Clearwater County, but is there another
Provider there?
piece of fiber that is run to that building?
No, there's not that I know of, any fiber. There could be, wireless there or Telus or Xplornet. I don't know who runs it there, like for CCI maybe is the other company. So that's Explore now. They got bought out. So I don't know who. Oh, Caroline Ag Society would know who they're hooked up to. I don't know.
There is an internet connection there.
Right.
I do know that, but I don't know whose it is, I don't know.
Is it fiber or it's not fiber?
I don't know that. I just had somebody call me and ask questions about their network there that I've.
That was the question, that I'm wondering if there's, I can't say for certain, but I was just wanted to know if you knew if there's a fiber connection already existing there that is not Clearwater County infrastructure.
I don't know how it's connected. I just know there's an internet connection there. And again, the only reason I know is somebody that works there called asking questions about the connection there. And they thought we might know.
All right, Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. McDonald, Mr. Willigan, in this 200,000, what I'm understanding is we weren't anticipating connecting that hub to our network at this time, or at least running fiber there. Would you need extra dollars over and above this 200,000 to do that?
I don't think, I think we could live with it in that.
Okay.
Because it's so close, I think it's just a matter of having somebody push some fiber through.
Okay, appreciate it.
Sorry for the mix-up.
I don't see any other questions at this time, so please proceed.
Okay, thanks Brad, appreciate it. I'll get down to page, I am on page 66. So we're into the broadband project. This is the capital section. So this section is 3250, which is the Ferrier area. Ferrier area includes around Crimson Lake. Project planning and design started in late 2024, with the design completion and construction started in early 2025. The 3250 grant project for the Ferrier area is expected to be completed and fully operational by 2026. We're fairly close. Portion of the broadband staff salaries and benefits are allocated to the capital project, and project for the universal broadband salaries, because salaries are eligible under the grants. So partial bits of my salary, Tim's, et cetera, we do get the money back from that. Along the, the ER benefits are not included with the grants. They don't cover that part of the grant. Due to the timing difference, the 2024 actuals were much lower than anticipated. Deferred spending from 2024 in the amount of $1,253,089 have been added to the original 2026 forecasted budget. There's no changes to the overall project costs. Anything else here? No, I think that's all. Any questions?
Councillor McCullough.
Contracts for these, like, it's probably for every one of these, but contracts, have they been out for every single one of these broadband projects? Like, are they
Yes.
all completely filled for contracting?
Yes, we have line build contracts out, we have fiber build contracts out, and we have the drop program contracts out, and they're all signed and everybody's working and.
I couldn't find it on my paperwork, but I was curious as to the spending in 2025 on the projects. Is that anywhere?
I have, 2025's, I think I've got a sheet to you guys too, but bear with me. So this total spent, this is for all the projects, not just this one project,
Yep.
sorry. Is the total money we've spent so far is $31,476,867.06. And then some of that will still, that's up till, I believe, oh geez. Oh, that's spend to date, and then the grants, remuneration on the grants, we're still waiting for some money to come back, if I'm saying that right, and probably clarification with Rhonda.
I'm kind of jumping ahead on this, but the total project for 2026 is 74 million. So the 31 million plus 74 is short of that total that we received the other day.
Oh, yeah, I'll let them speak to that.
Yes, so that would be the total invoiced and paid to date, so it could be work, like, I know November was a busy month, so invoices likely haven't come in for that November work. Also, this is, what Cam's speaking to is just 2025, like there's previous costs in 2024. And because it's a reimbursement grant, Q4 reimbursement claim wouldn't go out until around mid-February to ensure that all the invoices are in and paid for that fourth quarter work. And then when we have a total of that, then the claim is made and submitted.
Could I get a total on that from 2024, 2025? So am I just taking the numbers? So 70 million left on the whole project based on that number we received at our last meeting is a pretty accurate guess?
I think I can get, if I'm reading this right, and Rhonda's got that sheet right in front of her too, but from December 31st, 2024 to today, I guess, the 11th, yeah, is $51,371,413.20. Is that?
Yes, that includes paid date.
Yeah,
So, again, there is likely invoices for the month of November, maybe even some into October that haven't, made it into the office to get coded and paid. I think,
So looks like it's 71 million, if it's stuff to date, it's about 71 spent so far, just because that's what's left on that total.
that would be projected to be spent by the end of December.
Okay,
Yeah.
Yeah.
71, okay, thank you.
And then again, that's gross, so that's not Clearwater County's portion, that is the total spend, and then again, those quarterly submissions for the grant reimbursement. They're made about between 50 and 60 days after the quarter. And then it takes time for ISED to process and the funds to come back. So I'm thinking about 3-month turnaround from the time that the quarter finishes until we get reimbursed for the ISED and the provincial portions of those grant dollars.
Yeah, and to add to that, typically, I said we usually get a check released from them first. And then about a week or so after, we get another check from the government of Alberta. It's like they sort of, government of Alberta waits for the government of Canada to send their money first. I think they're hedging their bets, I don't know. So, anyway.
They maybe depend on them for the approval process.
Yeah, whatever the approval process is for them, okay.
Percentage of how much of this total bill would be grants? Right down, or just a rough,
It's about 75%,
Would be.
or 70 to 71%. The grant total is 75, but there are a small amount of ineligibles. So the total project is sitting around that 70% grant funded.
grant money?
Yeah,
For that 51,
including
for that
the
51 million,
ineligible.
75% would be grant money.
Correct, yeah.
Thank you.
So do we wanna, sorry.
I do
Just
have
gonna
a
go to the next page, sorry.
Yeah, what's the percentage completed on this
On
this
this
grant?
one?
Yeah, UBF 03250 percentage of completion.
Thank you guys. Can I share it?
Yeah,
Do you
please.
have it?
Oh, I just don't have it on hand, but I can
Yeah.
get it.
I have it on hand. I have it from the last meeting.
Yep.
If I'm saying this right, It's sitting in front of me. It says, the civil part is 70%. And then it says the construction complete with the cable is 9, and the total construction complete is 40%. Those were the documents I think that you guys
those are the-
provided us.
Yeah, I just didn't bring them with me.
That's
but yeah.
from the November 27th broadband committee meeting,
Yes, it is.
right? So I was just wondering if there was any additional or
There
updated.
probably is. I can get you those numbers, but I don't have them up to today. But I can, do you want those numbers?
Maybe projected to December 31st would be more helpful?
Yeah, would that be
Or-
just projected numbers that we
Sure.
can get? Okay.
Please.
Is an email fine?
That would be fine to the balance of council, yeah.
That's what's previously requested.
Yeah, those numbers for sure change daily, so,
Yeah, they change every day.
yeah, the numbers were provided at the broadband committee for that time period, but of course they would have changed by now.
Right.
That's why, again, maybe a reminder from the broadband committee is that we're trying to create a website that you guys can go on daily and look at live. So you'll see it updated almost daily. So I'm working on that. That's another side hobby.
Okay, I don't see any more discussion or any questions on this item, so we can carry on.
Oh, sorry.
Councillor McCauley, go ahead, please.
We were discussing, and while these projects themselves, the grants aren't linked, the areas are linked, right?
Yeah.
Like one area goes through another area. Which areas are all required for the broadband, say, to function in 3250? Does that make sense? So if there was a project that was chosen not to complete, would that affect the operation of the other project?
No.
So they all work independently of each?
Well, I see what you mean. Because we have another project that goes out to Nordegg, but it's already got its backbone. We've already built it. So even if, for lack of better words, we just stopped 3250, didn't do anything, we are still linked to Nordegg and could finish the Nordegg.
Is that the same for every single one of these grants?
Let me think about that for a second. I'm just trying to work a map out in my head. As of now, yes, I think we're good. We could function, we could deliver what we needed to deliver if somebody's working north on not north, the west, we can do that. Somebody on the northeast sides, like up top, near Tower Road and stuff, they wouldn't be able to function without interaction with the one that goes out to Rocky East.
And just
example.
confirming again on so contracts for all of the work on all of these grants have already been out?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah. So, that's a good question, actually, I had to think about that one. Okay, so,
I don't see any other further discussion.
so page 67. And again, it's, this is Rocky, Caroline, Mountain View County border. So this is south of us, all the way down to Caroline, down to South Caroline, I can't remember the road. But anyways, project planning and design started in late 2020. Pretty much all these are cut and paste, the same sort of outcome, just to help. So UBF 07119 grant project for Rocky, Caroline, south to Mountain View County border is expected to be completed and fully operation early 2027, which is March 31st, 2027. This is our biggest grant by far. This section is through the Caroline area. Portion of the broadband staff salaries and benefits are allocated to the capital project for Universal Broadband Fund. Due to the timing differences in the 2024 actuals were lower than anticipated. Deferred spending from 2024 in the amount of $69,732 has been added to the original 2026 forecasted budget. There are no changes to the overall project costs. The project costs Total is $25,084,553. So this is the Rocky Mountain. So we go out to Caroline, we go out to Cow Lake, and all the way past the Strachan plant out there, and we actually have fiber out there already.
Okay, I do see a couple of questions here from, I'm not sure who was first, but I'll move over to Councillor McKay.
Thank you. Could you maybe elaborate, Mr. McDonald, on why the cost of this project exceeds the cost of a project that seems to be even further distant by, well, 150%?
So maybe point of clarification for what do you mean the other project? Which one am I
Well,
comparing?
if we compare Rocky to Caroline to Rocky East to Lacombe border, right?
Okay,
From town here to the Lacombe border
it was just
is
more,
actually further than it is to Caroline.
yeah, well, that's just if you just use the core backbone as an example, but we're branching out down side roads. And we got a lot more grant money to fill in a lot of those side roads and stuff. So there's a lot more kilometers involved in that project.
But with the increased grant money also comes an increase in county spending, does it not?
Okay, accounting? No, I don't understand.
In
Sorry.
county spending?
Oh, sorry.
Like to get the other 75%, we still need to spend 25, well,
Yeah,
in this case, it's more than 25%, but.
yeah, we would, for our 25%, it would go up because you're getting more volume, right?
But I believe that the 25% number is also misleading. 7.284, 25.1.
I'll let
Ms. Serhan, please.
Yeah, so I think maybe the name of the project is being confused with where the project route is. So then, just because it says Rocky East, there's a whole labyrinth of conduit that's going in the ground, and similar with this project. I think it's not just from Rocky to Mountain View. That's the name of the project, but there's a lot of conduit going in the ground in this project. I think maps were included.
Yeah, I think maps were included in there, but Tracy's going to be kind enough and bring up the map. Sort of that might help, just to bring a picture.
And yeah, so, and again, 70% of the overall costs of the projects combined is sorry, did I say 70%? Is what's being grant funded, and 30% is what's being county funded. So it varies on different projects slightly, but overall the eligible costs are funded to 75%, but there are about 5% of costs that are ineligible.
Could I ask that we quit using the 75-25, because that's misleading council and to the public, and it's just gonna make this problem that much more difficult. If it's 70-30, let's just call it what it is.
Well, it varies based on project, but the grant specific part of the project is 75% in the grant documents. That's why we're using it, but.
I don't think we need to turn the burner up any higher on this kettle of water that we're already in on this one. So with regards to this particular project again, the 7119.
Yeah,
It states here that we are 18% complete on that project.
yeah.
To what area has that infrastructure been installed? Is that to the southwest?
It'd be to the, south, not all the way to the southwest. We'll use Rocky as a center, but it'd be it'd be southwest, sort of to Cow Lake, Strachan plant, and then down through around Cow Lake and a little bit to the east too. So basically south of Rocky. Maybe that's not the map, sorry. If you can go to the marketplace.
Clearwater County broadband map does show each project with the EDF numbers in the box.
Yeah. Oh, that's my fault for, just go to market dot
It sure does.
bb.ca.
And I'm well aware of that.
I'm gonna, do
Market
you have any more
dot-
questions, Councillor McKay?
CWC.
None that are appropriate this time.
.ca. And then just,
Councillor Letwin.
Why are we going south to Mountain View County border?
why, because that was part of the grants that we applied for at the time. So what we applied for was that whole area. And then I said, and Government of Alberta come back and said, these are the areas we can do. So that was part of that application process.
And when you
3.5
mentioned that
years
you're
ago.
going as far west as Strachan Gas Plant,
Yeah,
okay, I guess there's farming and community.
yeah, there's
there,
farming
isn't
and
there?
communities there. We have a few people signed up out there.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
So this is basically the maps up here that's going out. So maybe if you just want to head down towards Caroline, Tracy. Sorry to be a pain, guys. But so the Caroline one, so you'll see Caroline, all those blue. That's what's gonna be built next year, all the little blue. And then what's been built already is the orange to the left. So. If that sort of helps. That's around Cow Lake, if you can see. It's not really showing up very good. Yeah, it's just not, it's just not for sure showing up very good on the screen, but it should, oh, maybe press that X in the corner there, Tracy. Yeah, that's better. So you see where Cow Lake is there? And then all that orange, that's what we've been doing this year. And all the blue is what we're gonna start next year. And that goes down to the Mountain View border. Does that help?
Councillor Letwin, do you have any further questions?
Did that
Yeah.
answer your question?
If we finished off the areas in brown or orange, and we stopped on the blue areas, would those grants be able to be deferred for a year or two until we tied everybody in, say, in the orange areas? And you know, it seems like Saunders is a pretty small place to have it completed to. In order I'm going by population, is what I'm
Yes.
looking at.
Saunders is done.
And some of the heavy population areas haven't even been touched yet. Anyways, would we be
Mr.
able to
McCauley.
defer those grants for a year or two? Or,
Mr. Hagan answer that.
Mr. Hagan, please?
Oh,
Thank you. So if we're talking about this individual UBF project, no, we don't have an option to defer it, short of asking the federal and provincial governments for an extension. Right now, the terms of the contract are we are to have all of the area that's identified within this grant agreement completed and operational by March 31st, 2027.
Okay, thank you.
And that would apply equally to each one of these individual UBF grants.
Another quick question, when are we gonna start selling door to door
we are selling door to door as we speak.
in Ferrier?
In Ferrier, and actually this week, I think we started down near Cow Lake also.
Yeah, we haven't started in Leslieville area yet.
No, but we will be very shortly.
Yeah, that's why I was asking when.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, we will be for sure, 100%.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, and another quick question, talking about Leslieville, what do you call those boxes you put over the top?
Oh, flower pots. They're
Flower
just,
pots.
it's just a slang for, it's just
Right.
a small
And
vault.
you'll be putting them on in the spring then?
Actually, they're gonna try and do it this week.
Oh, okay.
This
Oh.
week and next week, and if they can't if it gets too frozen, we'll
Right.
do it in the spring.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you the other day, thank you.
Yeah, no worries, yeah, they're just, it's a slang, flower
Yeah.
pots, it's just a small vault.
Oh, very good, thank you.
I do have one. I do have a question, and
Sure.
it just goes back to the 75% grant funding. If you could just please let council know, or the committee know, the percentage of Clearwater County that is eligible for grant funding?
Oh, okay.
I know the answer, but I'm just asking.
So, just let me.
Mr. Hagan.
Mr. McDonald, was that not the 61% that you presented to the broadband committee a couple of weeks ago? And I think there's,
I'm pretty sure that's it, but I just wanna, I'd like to confirm, because I just wanna make sure that's what we're talking
I
about.
believe that's it.
That's right, and that's what I recall too, was the 61% of the municipality is eligible for the 75% grants.
Yes.
So really, it's 61% of Clearwater County is eligible for 75%, where that Councillor McKay said, and I've had that previous concern myself, is there's 39% of Clearwater County that is they're eligible for 0 grants.
At this time,
Right.
yes.
So it does give the perception that when you say 75, 25, or working with
Well,
25-cent dollars, it gives the perception to the community that it's 75% across the entire municipality, which is,
Okay.
it's inaccurate. So it's 75% of the eligible grant areas. Councillor, pardon?
That have been approved.
For the approved project.
Yeah.
Right, it's just, but that clarity, you know, I think it would have been beneficial to have that clarity to the community some time ago. Councillor Letwin, please.
Okay. So if that's 61% completed, if we did complete it, that's where the 75% would come in, so that would cost us 141,000, and we get 71, or is the total package gonna be 141, or not, 1,000 million, pardon me, 141 million?
Wish.
And we'd be, county would be on hook for basically 25 to 27%. The rest would be grants.
Mr. Hagan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as we shared with the broadband committee, and let's spend some time clarifying these numbers so that we're all on the same page. The 140 million is the entire project. So it's the UBF, the 5 UBF projects. It's Rocky East, which the county is paying 100% of. It's also the core backbone that was installed prior to these UBF grants coming available. So that's the whole enchilada. Of that, we have the grant funding for the UBF projects, picking up 75% of the eligible costs of each one of those project areas. So we will offset the funding, or offset the cost with that funding. So at the end of it, roughly what we're estimating is Clearwater County's out-of-pocket costs on this project will be approximately $52 million compared to the 140 overall. And that also includes a Connect to Innovate grant that we received several years ago to run backbone out to the Ferrier area. So it's reflecting all the grants that we have received and expect to receive versus all the costs we've spent and anticipate spending to complete these projects. Does that help?
I think so. So that's 100% of the project everywhere, not the 61%.
So that will serve 61% of
That'll
Clearwater
serve
County.
61%. So we still have another 39 out there.
That's right.
We're on the hook for 52 million.
And we will, as administration, will continue to explore grant opportunities. We'll bring that information back to the broadband committee and council. But council will be challenged with, yes, we will have served the majority of the residents and businesses of Clearwater County, but agreed, there will be unserved by Clearwater County. It doesn't mean they don't have internet connection. Many, if not most of them, will have internet connection, but it won't be on our network. It may not be as good as what we could provide. But that will be the challenge facing council going forward, is how to serve that portion of that 39% that want to connect to our network, and what opportunities are there to fund that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Humphrey.
Okay, I'm trying to put this all together, and hopefully I'm not just repeating everything, but so far the total cost is gonna be 140 million. And how much have we spent to date? Is that we've spent 71 million to date? I just want to clarify that.
That was 51.
To date, we've spent 51,371,000. However, that isn't included for work that's been performed in November and December, likely even some work in October. So projected to spend by December 31st is
71,000.
71?
71,000.
71.
What was?
Or
71
million.
million.
Yeah, 71 million.
So projected, okay, so I did have that right, so thanks for clarifying that, guys, 'cause, so we've projected to be halfway through the 140 million by the end of this year,
Yes.
okay? And can you were talking about, Deputy Reeve there, you were talking 18% on, completed on number 07119. Where were you finding all these numbers? Cause I wanna look and see what the completion percentage is on each one of our UBF.
It's in the previous broadband.
It was in our,
Email it to
Oh,
you.
okay,
we can re-email it to you, whatever, or if you're gonna email it, that'd be very kind of you, thank you.
that'd be great. Just cause I was
And
not having it here, and I
and-
didn't
and-
take good enough notes.
And sort of a thing, I work website that you can go to every day and see the percentages, just so it's easier for you guys.
Okay. Yeah, so we're,
You're in it.
financially, we're halfway through by the end of this year.
Yeah.
And so our cost by at the end of the year will be roughly 18 million.
Mr. Hagan.
Oh,
I can't answer that question right now. What I was going to ask Mr. McDonald is, the status of completion of each of these UBF projects.
Yeah.
I know we shared them at the last broadband committee meeting, but we also took two of those presentations and brought them forward to this week's council meeting as the broadband update report, but I can't remember if those were included in there or not, do you?
I'd have to look it up, I can't remember off the top of my head, to be fair.
That's all right, I can get them after, because
We can
apparently everybody but me has them.
I can certainly try and give you guys I've got the numbers, I can certainly send them out to you. I have no problem doing that. It'll take me a day or two, probably could get to you by Tuesday. Cause tomorrow we'll be in here, so.
Counselor Letwin.
Yeah, so the savings account of $18 million and the tax stabilization emergency savings account of $11 million. That's, I think in an earlier meeting, it was said that it had been paid out against the county's broadband bill. Is that correct?
That's.
Ms. Serhan.
Yeah, the tax rate stabilization, dollars were moved into the restricted surplus for broadband. I don't believe they've all been expended. They're still sitting in the broadband, restricted surplus account. I'm just gonna grab those numbers. So what's expected to be in that, and there were other dollars that went into there also, not just from this tax rate stabilization, but. At the end of December 31st, 2025, the balance of the broadband restricted surplus would be $8.2 million, with $13 million being required to finish to the end of 2026. So the total coming out in 2026 is $21,303,000.
Okay, thank you.
Please proceed, Mr. McDonald.
Okay, so, this is the, project 07121. I wish it wasn't really called the Rocky East to Lacombe because it's sort of, it confuses with the other Rocky East programs, but that's what they were called. So it's the same sort of story. It's project planning, design, and construction started in 2025. UBF 07121 grant project from Rocky East to Lacombe border. Portions of the broadband staff salaries and benefits are allocated to it, and ER benefits are not. Due to the timing differences, 2024 actuals were lower than anticipated. Deferred spending from 2024 in the amount of $36,300 has been added to the original 2026 forecasted budget. This project crosses over into Rocky East fiber project, having some areas transferred from one project to the other due to grant eligibility. So this was a little confusing to say the least, but we headed out, we didn't get a grant. I'll give you a little history probably. We didn't get a grant for what was called Phase 3 at the time. It was the only grant we didn't get. And that was out to Leslieville and Alhambra and Condor. So the broadband committee at the time challenged us to find alternative methods. And we did. We found that they wanted to put an RFP out for the Rocky East to Leslieville and Alhambra and some of the routes, or the roads along, about 72 kilometers. So that portion was 100% financed by Clearwater County. Now, we have the other part of this is 07121, and it borders on Highway 598, so they're both sitting on the same. So all the work that we did for Rocky East was actually eligible for the other program, 7121. So we actually moved that portion of the costs into the UBF grant so that we could get the 72% or 75% of the funding from Alberta government and ISED. So we could save money in our 100% cost one. So it's a little confusing, this one, and there's gonna be some reconciliation amongst the two of them for the numbers. So I tried to describe it the best I could, but that's sort of the story. There's some overlap there, and so what we've tried to do is de-risk it by using the grants instead of our own 100% money. So I think that's the way I'm saying it, correct? Mr. Hagan may correct me. You see there's
Mr. Councillor McCauley, do you have a comment or question?
Nothing, sorry.
Councillor Powell? No? Okay. That's up.
You'll see in next year, in 2027's budget, a new system.
I'm gonna get that.
So I'm
Councillor Levin, please
assuming
go.
that you're tying in a line from Rocky East to the Lacombe County border.
Yes.
So that they will hook up and they will and continue on from there into their county, is that correct?
If, that I don't know, but they could choose to. But, so I'll give you a little more history back to the broadband. We asked the councils and the broadband committees at the time to name each project, and this is what we were told to use. So it was, I think it was to tell the constituents and outside of people that we were going to these borders at the time. There's just the naming process. I remember us talking about the broadband committee telling us what to name them.
So has this part of the project been done then? Or started?
So the Rocky East to Lacombe, it's underway right now.
Underway.
It's underway.
And whereabouts are you at it?
On this one is, I think it's about 20, it's probably about 20% roughly, if I can remember right. 20% done or started.
Okay.
I know all the design, all the designs work's done, and the construction started. We haven't put in any started putting fiber in, but the construction started for the main lines and stuff.
So would that twin with the Leslieville broadband?
It goes down the same road, 598 pretty much, and then just branches to Leslieville and then goes north.
Goes north.
Yeah.
So that's.
Up 761, and then that area where the golf course is and then.
So basically those two projects are combined?
Yeah.
Being done together?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So we've tried to save some money and time by doing them together, I guess.
Mr. Hagan, please.
And just to further address your question, Councillor, regarding Lacombe County, we haven't had any discussion with Lacombe County nor any telecommunications providers from that area at this time. The goal was to serve as much of Clearwater County as we could with the eligible grant funding. But I will say that completing this project could provide some opportunity for connections, should they be interested in coming and connecting to us and carrying on from there.
So this is part of the consideration of grant money then, was to have to go to the Lacombe County, correct?
No.
No.
No, it was to serve the residents, the businesses
okay.
of Clearwater County. But by taking it there, I'm suggesting that it proposes opportunity in the future perhaps for other areas to pick up on it.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McKay.
Thank you, Reeve. Just to clarify, the completion on that project, according to the information we have, is 13%. That's on the Rock East to Lacombe. I have a concern regarding these budget numbers compared to the budget numbers that we were given at the last council meeting regarding internet. The Rocky to Caroline project was listed as a budgetary cost of 19 million in our previous correspondence, and now it's ballooned to 25 million. The project in question that we're on right now, the Rock East to Lacombe, was listed at 8.5 million. It's increased to 10.76 million. So on and so forth. Rocky to Wetaskiwin, same thing. How are we seeing a 25% increase in budgetary numbers in 1 week? Not even 1 week. This was 2 days ago.
Is that the budget from 2025 that you saw before, and now these ones are 2026?
Well, I'm just going off the numbers that we were presented 2 days ago.
That would be the 2025 budget. So the project was split into multiple years. So the financial reporting that you get with your council packages is for the current year.
Right, but the cost of this project,
Didn't change.
but it did.
2025
Is different.
versus 2026. The budget, the total project budget is split into the years we'll be constructing.
So part of the budget is in 2025, and part of the budget is what you're seeing in 2026.
So you're saying that we spent 19,755,000 on the Rocky to Caroline border last year, or line last year, and we're projected to spend 25 million on it again in 2026?
The budget would have been for likely more than what was accomplished. So then the budget for 2026 is what's left for the project. So again, I think the projected numbers for where we're gonna be at the end of December 31st will be good to know, to see how much was spent versus the budget in 2025. And then the overall project numbers didn't change at all. Like maybe the timing of when those dollars were spent, 2025 versus 2026, like maybe 50% in 2025 and 50% in 2026. But if you only got 30% done in 2025, then 2026 would increase. Those dollars would get pushed into the fall next year.
So the numbers that we were given before were never to complete any of these UBF projects. They were just for that particular year.
On the financial reporting for that year, yes, that's only for that year.
It's not an overall budget report. It's a financial report for the fiscal year.
Because council only approves the budget for that year.
And Councillor, can I ask just for clarification, which project are you referring to?
All of the broadband projects, but I guess I'm misunderstanding the information that we were given.
So
I couldn't fathom that it could possibly be double the numbers that we were given, but I guess that's what it's gonna be.
well, and it all fits into those project totals. It all fits into the 140 million. I can assure you that there's been no increase or adjustment to the overall project budgets specific to UBF. But as Ms. Serhan said, we then take them out, and for budgeting purposes, we ask council to approve a budget for each fiscal year. And then essentially, if you look at our 10-year capital plan, that's how we split it out by the year. So very similar to public works infrastructure. If they're going to pave a road, in one year you'll have the engineering and so forth, and another year you'll have the actual grading, and then perhaps another year you have the actual paving going on. You gotta add all those up to see what the project total is, but we're reporting what's happening in that particular year.
Right, thank you. I guess just from an industry perspective, when we start a project, the budget is for the entire project. I misunderstood.
And we are managing to that as well administratively, but we will strive for more clarity that when we present the financial reports that include this project plus all others plus operations, we're talking about the fiscal year that relates to the approved budget, because we don't have budget beyond this year yet. So we're trying to report on performance in this snapshot of time. And it does fit into the bigger picture of the overall project performance.
Which we have not yet been privy to.
Portions of it you have, it's just a matter of putting all these pieces together. So we'll strive to do that more.
I think there was a spreadsheet also that showed the project overall, like each project, what the total cost of those projects were, and how much of that was grant funded in one of the presentations, but I don't know, one of Keith's presentations.
Was there?
Yeah, for sure.
Do you have any more comments at this?
Deputy Reed. McCabe is trying to express that instead of each stage of the project, a grand total, and in this year, we did this much, so this is what's left over for that grand total. So it's easier to keep track of, because we're bouncing all over the map here with these numbers.
Really, I'm not sure we are. Agreed. There's two questions here. How are we doing on the project as a whole? And the second question that we're trying to answer for purposes of these 3 days is how much budget is required for 2026 related to this project. So we got to keep those things straight. It's all part of the bigger picture, but now we're slicing it into pieces to manage it. So we've dealt with 2025 against the approved budget. Now we're managing against what we're proposing for a 2026 budget. Next year we'll be proposing what we need for 2027 to complete these, if anything, for these projects. But it all fits into that bigger picture. So we got to be careful. Are we looking at this portion of it, or are we looking at the whole thing? These 3 days are not necessarily meant to look at the whole thing out of context compared to what we're looking at in each period. We're trying to cover both views of this. We're not looking at anything in exclusion. But when we choose to look at the fiscal year, recognize that's only a part of the bigger picture.
I think that's all, is to have that spelt out in black and white for the small picture equals the big picture, and for each individual segment of this job, for the grand total.
Yeah,
and we're kind of all over the map. At least that's what I feel.
We've been doing that, but we'll strive to improve on that even more, to make it clearer. And please keep asking the questions so that we know where we need to clarify.
Because like if you had a 24 and a 25 and a total budget for this entire page for the Rocky East Lacombe, and all the numbers were spelled out here, we could quickly look at 2025 and say, oh, we spent this when we've got extra here for 2026, and that's why that number's bigger. Instead of, yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think
Go ahead, please.
this just speaks to the larger problem that this council has not been provided sufficient information to even begin to approve these expenditures on this project. It is, unfair is not even the correct word. I'm quite surprised that we've been put in this position with really no understanding of this project and its current state. and we're dealing with amounts of money that, well, to be quite frankly, it's the largest project this county has ever undertaken. We've heard administration mention this many times. So it's, I'm not familiar enough with the process, but I believe that this entire portion of the budget should be deferred until we get the information that we requested on November 17th. Thank you.
Councillor McCauley.
I would hope, I think by the end of the year, if there could be something put together with all of those numbers so that we can all see where it sits, it'd probably make a lot more sense for the balance of council. I just want to reiterate that this was by the last council who put this through. It's fallen on us now to handle it.
Mr. McDonald, I don't see any more questions at this time.
I forget what page I'm on, sorry, guys.
That's okay.
We'll go, 68, thanks, appreciate it. So 68, so back, so down to, page 69. Basically, this is the same story, it's 07121, and that's basically, north of Highway 12 and up into that area, all the road, on the way to Tower Road and to the east to fill those areas, if that helps. Planning, so project planning, design and construction started in 2025. Rocky North to Wetaskiwin border is expected to be completed and fully operational early 2027. Portions of this, of the broadband staff salaries and benefits are included in the universal broadband funds. And again, ER benefits are not included. Due to the timing difference, the 2024 actuals were lower than anticipated. Deferred spending from 2024 in the amount of $18,791 has been added to the original 2026 forecasted budgets. There's no change to the overall project costs.
Don't see any questions, please proceed.
Thank you. And then I'll move to page 70. And that's the NORDEG grant area. And NORDEG, when we say it's 7123, these numbers 7123 is what UBF, Universal Broadband Fund, and the government of Alberta use to recognize which grant we're working with. And that's more for the general public that's listening. And you know, I know you guys know, but just for the general public, that's how Universal Broadband Fund and the government of Alberta follow these projects along. So for the NORDEG one, project planning and design started in 2024 and construction started early in 2025. It's expected to be fully operational in 2026. And due to the difference, the 2024 actuals were much lower than anticipated. Deferred spending from 2024 in the amount of $2,209,518 has been added to the original 2026 forecasted budgets. There are no changes to overall project costs. And there in NORDEG right now, just a little bit of, we've stopped work in there because the frost is starting to go. But we're on the north side and we have about, I believe 7 kilometers plowed on the north side, plowed and drilled. And we have about 16 more kilometers to do just on the north side to do. So we're fairly close to being done at then, hopefully around June-ish. I think we'd be done and ready there. If that sort of a little bit of an update too, right?
Councillor Letwin.
Yeah, so this, $2,309,953, that is for all the tie-ins in NORDEG and all the lines running, to do those kilometers that you mentioned. That would be a complete job.
The 2,309,953.
07-123, am I on the right one?
Yep. Oh, I just didn't need the number, sorry, 2,300,000.
309,
Yep,
yeah, 953,
yep.
right here.
Yeah, and that's for 2026, that's to finish the job.
That finishes everything.
Yep.
And what was the total cost on the Nordic job? Even without these numbers prior to?
I can't remember offhand.
And that'll include the tie-ins for the people that want it,
Yeah, it includes the tie-ins to the property lines,
to the property line, okay?
not into the homes.
Right, that's right.
Yeah, no
That's
problem.
correct, sorry.
Yeah, no reasons, no worries. I just don't have that total number offhand. 6 million, I can't remember. I'll have to look it up. It's even on the website. I just can't remember.
Okay, thank you.
I'll get that number for you. I just can't. Oh, maybe Mr. Hagan knows.
Mr. Hagan, please go ahead.
I don't have that specific number in front of me, but to assist this committee and the public in understanding the whole picture, what we're gonna work on to bring tomorrow is a one-page summary of each of these UBF projects, showing what the total projected cost is, as well as what we spent in 2024, 2025, the budget for 2026, and then reconciling to that total overall. So please look forward to that. That's what we'll be preparing for tomorrow. And then we can come back and discuss it at that time.
That'll help. Thanks, Mr. Hagan.
Please proceed, Mr. McDonald.
Thanks. Okay, so go to page 71, and this is the new, newer UBF grant that we'd mentioned last week. It's a different number, but it's 5155510, various areas. Why we call it various areas is because it's literally all over the map of, it goes into about 3 different projects. It goes into 7119, it goes into 7121 and 22. So it sort of fills in the blanks where the Universal Broadband Fund and the government of Alberta saw they sort of missed areas. And then, so this was offered, or this was applied for with the Broadband Committee's approval for us to apply for this program. So we've applied for that. So project planning and design started late 2025, so that's very shortly. Completion and construction is planned for early 2026. And the agreement number, grant projects for various areas within 7119, 7122, and fully operational in 2027. Portions of the broadband staff and salaries and benefits are allocated again to the Universal Broadband Fund, and ER benefits are not. We have not started this program, but we do have a little bit of money put out for conceptual design and RFP preparation, and the RFP is out now, being posted as we speak. Any questions?
Councillor McKay.
For Mr. McDonald, thank you. For the various project, has there been any material procured?
No, not yet. But we do have, well, actually, no, sorry, I'm a little bit wrong on that. Some of the material has been, because we've found some savings in other areas where we didn't need to do as many kilometers. So I wouldn't say it's in inventory and it can be used for the next project. So maybe that's not the right terminology I'm using, but we've saved some kilometers here and there, so we have extra material that we could put towards this program out of inventory. I think that's the way, if that helps.
Mr. Hagan?
Maybe not describing it right.
You're not just asking about this project and specifically, are you? You're talking about all the projects?
No, I was asking specific to this one because it's still in the RFP process.
Yeah.
If there's been no material procured, then it allows us to make
No.
better informed decisions.
I guess there's inventory that we have in stock that we could use for it if it goes forward. We don't have to use it, we could use maybe in another program or something. Because we've saved some kilometers here and there. It's not a lot, it's just, I just want to be transparent. We have 6 or 7 rolls extra, something like that. So.
Okay. So it's not like
No.
material was purchased
No.
ahead of time?
No, there's no materials purchased for that, but there's materials I could use a little bit here and there to save some money.
Okay, thank you. And you had mentioned that there was already a cost associated here for the RFP process? Do you know
Yeah,
roughly
what we do is we a conceptual design. We help our engineers build a conceptual design so that when the companies are bidding on it, they can bid more accurately what side of the road. So that design work's been done, the conceptual design, and help in the preparation for the RFP that we post. And then the company will come along, they can download it and use their engineering so they're more accurate.
I totally understand what you're saying. I'm just wondering if you could tell us how much we've spent in that process.
Oh,
so far.
sorry.
Like how much we've committed financially to this?
50 grand budget.
50 grand, 100 grand?
Yeah, it's,
It can't be
I
more
just
than
can't
that, I would
remember
imagine.
offhand. I wanna say it was like 56,000. We cleared it at the September 26th meeting. I think it was 56,000.
That was the budget adjustment. I don't know that we've spent it all.
No, we haven't spent it all, no.
So we did get approval from council for roughly $56,000 to cover that work in 2025. So it would be part of the overall project costs.
I'll just call it 60 for now. I mean,
Yeah, that's fair.
We're not tied to this project as of yet.
Mr. Hagan.
And for clarification then, we have not bought materials specific to this project. We've not awarded an RFP specific for construction for this project. But we do have 2 signed agreements with the provincial government and the federal government to complete this project, do we not?
Yes, correct.
So the county is committed to do this project.
Did
signed
this
that.
council commit to that?
No.
Yes, council directed us to sign
Yes,
the agreements.
previous council.
But this council?
Oh, it was committed prior to the election.
So you say that we're committed to spend this 7 million because we signed an agreement with the province?
And the federal government.
If I may, I'm just gonna ask.
So
we
couldn't just not do the work and they would take the grant money back and
Well, they haven't
carry on?
forwarded any of the grant money, but we've signed an agreement saying we'll build this. So in essence, we would be going against that agreement by not building it. What we would have to do is reach out to the federal and provincial governments and say, can we terminate this contract? I don't know if that's gonna follow with penalties or not. That's part of the research we're currently doing.
Well, unless we were to utilize some of the funding, there's no way to penalize the municipality, is there? I mean, are they gonna come and take away our phones, or I don't understand.
Those are the questions we're trying to answer for you. We're researching those implications right now so that we can fully inform you what the implications are and what county's options are.
I'm gonna have to ask a question here. Before those approvals were given by the previous council, why were those conditions not presented? Or were those conditions presented, and why are those conditions of those grants not available right now? Like,
The grants were fully explained to the broadband committee and recommended to council for budget approval. Mr. Chair, you were there for those discussions, so.
you're right. But none of the, we talk about conditions of grants and, you know, if they, because really this council has the authority to either pass this budget or not, or amend it as council sees fit. But there's discussion of conditions of these grants, but magically I don't see where's the list of the conditions, and where are the conditions? And what are the conditions, and why are they not readily available for information for this committee?
I'll perhaps ask the CAO to respond to that. My recollection is administration was very careful in fully informing the broadband committee before any of these agreements were signed.
Councillor McKay.
I guess the question I believe that Mr. Northcott is trying to get across is if administration is aware, Mr. Hagan, that there are conditions to these contracts, why can that information not be relayed to this council?
Mr. Emmons.
Thank you. If the new committee would like to see, honestly, a copy of the grants, administration would be glad to forward that. I do believe that previously it was made clear that all grants come with conditions, respectfully, even a bridge grant. There is a term, there is a deadline, you're required to complete it. We've never not met, which is part of the review that administration is going through to better educate this group. Again, respectfully, council is in essence a living entity. It doesn't stop with election. A municipality has to be able to proceed. The Municipal Government Act recognizes that. So a new council is bound by decisions by a previous council. It's impossible to run an organization with a complete reset every 4 years. It really is no difference than equipment purchasing, as we explained earlier. That commits. Those long-term decisions do commit a future council. If I may, the decision back in 1992 to develop Nordegg, that's been a 30-year process. Council after council after council has looked at dedicating whatever amount it happened to set, but to the development and completion of that project. We discussed earlier the difference, councils have changed philosophies, and that is council's purview and right. Council can slow it down or speed it up. Again, council's right. But grants do come with dated completion dates. Every grant I've ever worked with does. But if council wants eyes on one of those grants to literally read, absolutely that can be provided.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Emmons. I guess with all due respect to administration, I truly appreciate the situation. It's just as frustrating for you folks as it is for us. I understand that. However, as far as, I can't speak to the rest of council, but as far as I am aware, if you fail to comply with the parameters of grant funding, you may have to return a portion of or all of the grant funding. That is the penalty. We're being told that there is other penalties involved. So what the heck could they possibly be? And why are we not being made aware of them? What exactly did we sign here?
Mr. Emmons.
Yeah, again, if I may, when a commitment's made, Clearwater County at worst has looked for an extension. If we've had a bad construction season and we can't make a completion date, the worst would be an extension. We've never been in a position where it's no longer interested. And again, these grants are new to me in all my years. I'm not a broadband person. I'm a road and bridge guy. I can get into detail there and be very comfortable in my zone. This is new to me as well. So being these are different grants than I've ever worked with as well, we're doing our due diligence, getting legal to answer those very questions.
And I thank you for that. And I would imagine it's also the first time when $7.2 million of taxpayer money has been committed not even a month before an election to a project that was well known was not in a high percentage of approval of the community. I would imagine that is probably also a first.
Was it a month before? It was May. I think it was May.
Councillor Lewin.
You said, Rick, you just said that gentlemen have never dealt with grants before until this?
Broadband grants.
Oh, okay, I just want to clear that one up. And back to 515510 for UBF 7119 and 7122. If we add those numbers up, are these two separate costs or whatever? Or were the first, the initials for 19 and 21, or 22, pardon me, the numbers there, was that for the spine line? Or how did that work out? Because when you add all those numbers together, it almost works out to it's $59,223,793. And so you've got 119, 112, and then over here for 515510, you've got another 27.8 million. What's this include?
Mr. Agat, please go ahead.
Thank you. So to clarify, this grant opportunity came forward following ISAD and the government of Alberta going back to their maps and looking at what they had considered originally served versus unserved and reevaluating that. So while the other 5 UBF grants are very specific to certain areas, this one is a little all over the place because it's looking at some of those areas and saying, okay, we changed our mind, there are some eligible properties here, so we're gonna give you a new grant to cover those. So really what's happening, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. McDonald, my understanding is that this grant really dovetails into a couple of those other ones and allows us to now get funding for those previously ineligible properties. Now we can serve more people in those other grant areas, plus some more area that was added on. So that's what makes this one a little different. It really comes in, fits in with some of those, plus some new area. So the costs you're seeing here are just for this grant, per se. Is that, am I accurate?
I think I understand, but like the one we discussed was to Lacombe and the other one was to Wetaskiwin. And so those areas should be those areas. And then we get another one here and it's for those 2 areas.
Parts of those 2 areas that were previously not covered, not
Areas that
considered
were not
eligible.
covered within.
Yeah,
Okay.
That's the confusing
so it
part.
really complements those other grants that we got.
Oh, I said, that's the confusing part, is because it overlaps, but there's areas that were not serviced, now they're gonna be, or now they possibly can be serviced.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hagan.
Councillor McCauley.
On this grant for tomorrow, would it be possible to get a map that shows each UBF region, like a Clearwater County map with each one where it covers? And then on this specific grant, if it was removed, what would the cost per meter increase to and what would the cost per household increase to? Could we have that worked out? Would that be a possibility?
For tomorrow, I can try.
Just in general? Because I'm assuming this is some cost, this grant does some cost savings because it's touching regions that already have fiber going by.
It'll probably be a savings overall, it won't be a expenditure, but we'll work out, I'll try and get those numbers.
Thank you.
I don't see any more. Councillor McKay. No, go ahead, please.
Sorry to beat this dead horse, but
No, that's what we're here for.
I'm looking at the September 26th meeting, and I see in closed session that the item number A, Innovation Science Economic Development, ISAID grant, the one that we're speaking to right now. Is that correct?
No, that was missing, sorry, that was somebody else, that was an external vendor presentation.
Okay, well, I don't see anywhere in this meeting where this grant funding was approved by the broadband committee.
I think it was resolution, I think it was in May or so.
You
Or I
just
might
told
be
us it was
wrong.
in September.
No, I didn't. Never said it was in September. No, sorry, in September, what was asked for was the $56,000 for the project, for the conceptual design and the RFP preparation. But the overall approval for that grant, I believe, was back in May, or I can't remember the exact time. It's quite a lot earlier. So for us to go forward, even to ask for grant money for the design work, we had to have approval for that grant first. So that was sometime in May or so that they offered that. I'll have to look it up, the date. That it was approved by the broadband committee. See if we can find it.
Any further questions, Councillor McKay?
So many questions. But I don't know that there's enough time in the day. So that this project was approved in May and is just being,
Could have been May, could have been June, I just can't remember.
but it's
Sorry.
just being brought to this council's attention now and just being put out for RFP now.
No.
Mr. Hagan.
This project was presented to this council at the broadband committee, November 27th. We discussed this.
The broadband committee meeting.
Yeah.
There was,
It indicates currently that there's 0% completion on this.
Yeah, there is 0% completion, yeah, absolutely.
there was nothing regarding a grant. It was never part of the conversation.
It was presented for information at the broadband committee meeting on the 27th,
Yeah.
Correct.
but it wasn't approved or,
No, you guys didn't
It was just
approve it or anything, it was
it was
just.
just information presented to the committee at that time.
And at no point were we made aware until today that there was 20 million in grant funding that allegedly we may possibly be tied to through some sort of deal that we don't understand.
We presented it on the 27th. Let's see if I can find it.
Let's just carry on. We'll, tomorrow when we have some more information, I guess we will revisit.
Mr. McDonald, are you prepared to move on at this point in time?
Yeah, I think I'm actually at the last page is the Rocky East program, which was out to Alhambra and Leslieville. It was 100% funded by Clearwater County. And with portions, as I explained before, that there's some savings that we can do by moving it over to our existing grant 7-1 or 721. And the resolutions were made by council on, there's the two resolutions there in 2024 and 2025 to go forward with it. It's page 70.
I have a question, Mr. McDonald. So on page 72,
72? Okay. Yep.
for the budgeted amount for the $457,837.
That's for 2026. That's to finish it up.
Right, was this project, was it on in the broadband update for did it have a percentage of completion, or is this one, what's the completion of this?
This completion's almost done. If it's not, it's close to 90%. Now, actually, this week I remember it's around 90, sorry.
No. Okay, thank you.
It's at 44.
Okay, thank you very much.
I didn't want to.
Councillor Letwin.
Yeah, so in other words, you're saying this is another overlap, like from 7121? Rocky East to the Lacombe border.
Yeah.
All the mine lines and that.
But we
And
haven't double built anything. We haven't double built anything. We're just using that existing infrastructure.
Yeah, so
And
this
moving
is,
it to another one.
it's the same but different. We're using the existing infrastructure tying into Alhambra,
Yeah.
so then Harbin's looked after. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor McKay, do you have any more questions? Or, okay, lots of questions, just. Mr. Mr. McDonald, do you have any more to your
No, I
presentation?
think we're out of pages.
Okay. Okay, maybe at this point in time, we'll take a short, we'll take roughly a 10-minute break, and then we'll move on to page 73 of the budget agenda here on agriculture and community services. Welcome back from our break. Moving on in our agenda to item 6.5 under the overview of the capital budget on page 416. I'll pass the floor over to Director Van Newkirk.
Good afternoon, Strategic Planning Committee. I am just going to point out one thing to start with here regarding our budget. There is $20,000 budgeted in your paperwork. That should not be. It was a piece of equipment that accidentally got added into our list of capital items that needed to be replaced, and it's not. So Rhonda is going to be updating that prior to the final budget being presented on the 19th. So I just wanted to point that out. To begin with, it would fall under the ag and community ag equipment, so that line for $120,000, it should just be $100,000, and I'll go through that in more detail here, but I just want to point that out to start with. So I will move on into our community services 2026 capital budget highlights, and those are found on page 76. Well, I guess we'll start with 76, which is the ice plant. So as previously discussed, the ice plant budget has been moved under the Public Works Infrastructure budget, and council will see that change again at the December 19th regular council meeting. So it's taken out of our ag services budget and moved into Public Works Infrastructure as they've taken that over. I also just wanted to address the question earlier regarding the Caroline Ag Society and what their response was regarding the ice plant replacement. It was our understanding from the motion that was made that administration was directed to manage the RFP and tendering and that the installation of the ice plant. So we did notify the Caroline Ag Society regarding this, and they didn't voice any opposition to the county completing the work. So we're going ahead with it and gonna be working on getting that done. So they have been notified, and
That's great news.
yeah, just wanted to verify that just because that question came up prior. So I just wanted to clarify.
That's news all day.
Thank you
Okay.
for the, excellent news. Thank you very much.
Perfect. So that's being moved, so I'm not going to touch on that any further. Next, I'm going to go to the recreation capital, which is on page 78. And that's for a request for the expansion of tenting sites at the Upper Shundra Campground. So that's the campground just outside Nordegg that's owned by Clearwater County. And it has seen an influx of campers at the campground the last number of years, as many campgrounds have in the area. The capital funding is being requested to expand the tenting sites available at the campground. So it's one of those items that has been kind of ongoing to slowly provide more sites at that campground. And so part of that ongoing expansion is to add a couple more tenting sites at that location. So currently there are 31 campsites at that campground with 3 tenting sites. And we'll look to probably add 4 or 5 more. So it's not super significant, but there's a lot of tenters out in that area. So just adding that in as a request from the campground operators who currently operate it as well. And that is for $20,000, as can be seen there on page 78. If there's I don't think anybody has any questions regarding that at all.
Councillor Ledwin.
So your new total is for your budget?
So for this specifically, it would be $20,000 for the Upper Shunda campsites.
No, I meant the total budget.
The total?
Yeah,
It would just be minus $20,000.
minus 20, and then what about, you said the ice plant's out?
And the ice plant will be out as well. So it'll be $120,000 total once I go over the ag requests
120,000.
as well.
Total. And that's for new rental equipment, et cetera, or? new-
It'll be for replacement. Yeah, I was just gonna go into
Replacement
that
costs, okay.
next. Yeah,
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much.
no problem.
Anita.
If there's no questions on the community capital, I'll move into the ag services capital.
Yes, please.
Okay. So at the Ag Service Board meeting November 10th, the ASB reviewed the Ag Services operating and capital budget and made the motion to council that the proposed capital and operating budget be considered, and that was carried. So the proposed capital budget includes a couple of replacement pieces of equipment, along with the addition of one additional piece of equipment to assist with our programs, programs and legislative requirements. So first, I'll go into the couple of replacement items. So starting with page 75. So unfortunately, the way this is laid out isn't ideal, and I want to make changes for next year. It just is all lumped together on here, and it doesn't break it out. But the first piece of equipment is for a 10-foot rotary mower for our roadside mowing program, so we're budgeting $50,000 for that. It's nearing its end of life, so we're looking for a replacement unit there. The next item is on, unfortunately, these are out of order. Page 77, so because it's a rental, a piece of equipment's on a separate page. We're requesting $20,000 for a replacement rental community pasture sprayer unit. That unit, we're slowly seeing that the expenses to repair the unit are exceeding the cost possibly to just replace it. So we are budgeting for a new one as the repairs are starting to get costly on that unit. So that's for $20,000 there. And then I'll just have you flip back to page 75, where we're also requesting as part of that, so you'll see the $120,000, and that's where it's basically minus the 20 for that additional piece that we need to remove, so it's a total for 100,000 there. So within the 100,000, we're also asking for the replacement of our Dynamite magazine alarm system, and this system is outdated and no longer meets the requirement and is obsolete basically. So we're just needing to have an updated program and security system there for the Dynamite magazine, which holds all of our dynamite for the beaver blasting program. So we're budgeting $10,000 for that. And then on to additional pieces. We are also asking for the roadside mower arm. So currently we have 3 roadside rotary mowers with 2 of the additional rotary mower arm. And so we're just wanting to add an additional one, which just helps with ergonomics and tractor maintenance and that type of thing for those units, and gets a better mow on the ditches when we have the arms on our mowers. And so we're just requesting an additional one, as we only have 2 units with the arms currently and 1 without. And that's for $40,000 we're requesting there, so for a total of $100,000 for that program. And that's my capital requests.
Okay. I don't see any comments or questions at this time, so thank you very much
All right.
for your presentation.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
You as well. We'll move on to emergency services, item 6.6 on our agenda.
Good afternoon, Council.
Good afternoon.
So we are gonna, for your reference, probably start on page 82 when we get there. So emergency services 2026 capital budget includes the estimated expenditures needed to purchase equipment and vehicles for Clearwater Fire Rescue Services and the Community Peace Officer Program. I do want to make a note that CPO fleet renewal is captured in operations capital costs, not this one. The reason fire vehicles are separated, the cost sharing agreements that we have with the town. So I'm gonna also, actually I'm gonna refer you to page, I think it's your second last one. We'll just knock this one out of the park first, the CPO general. Page 86. And I'm just gonna touch on that one. We'll start there. We're gonna see a decrease here from 25. They had always ran a capital ask of $25,000 per year for really a contingency incidental type fund to replace things such as portable radios, or scales, portable scales that they have. And it hasn't been used very much, so we kind of looked at the costs and of what things would cost should they have to replace a set of scales or ruined a portable radio, something like that, and adjusted it down to 15,000. So you see a reduction of 10,000 moving forward. And I can't actually even tell you the last time it was used. It's just there in case. Okay. Any questions on that one? Okay. We'll move on to fire then. So back to page 82. And I just want to go over, again, reminding council that the draft 2026 capital budget is consistent with the draft shared at the ICC meeting held November 6, 2025. And at that time, the ICC had endorsed the 2026 regional fire capital budget request to go back to the respective councils for further approval. So we'll start with page 82, rescue apparatus 203. And that truck, this is a carry forward item that was committed in previous years. And we were actually expecting delivery of this one this year. However, just due to production timing, we're not going to be able to likely take delivery of it into early 2026, and that's when the final payment will be due. So this $302,580 is a carryover that was approved in 2025's budget. We're just moving it into 2026 to pay out the remainder on that piece. Okay. We were hoping it would be here actually before Christmas as a Christmas present to the station, but timing is, it might actually be in Red Deer, but not here. Moving to the next one. Command Unit 900, this is a new ask for 2026. And this is also one that is cost shared. So you're gonna see a total of $150,000 total ask.
Director, we do have a question from Councilor Levin.
You're, I'm sorry to go back to Condor there. Karen here, 2008, oh, you're replacing the 2008 F-550?
Correct.
And what does that F-550 do?
That'll go to, we'll surplus that, so it'll go back to fleet and they'll dispose of it as per county policy.
No, I mean, what, you're replacing it though, aren't you?
Yes.
Yeah, what does the new truck do? Like, is it a flatbed? Is it got a water tank
Oh,
on
no,
it?
it's a rescue unit. It's a large apparatus, mainly, there's no pump or water on it. It's for all of our heavy rescue equipment, heavy lifting, rescue, stabilization stuff, farm rescue equipment, grain rescue equipment. Kind of a specialty piece in the fleet that where most of that equipment resides out there.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Humphrey also has a question.
Just a quick question. And so this is a carryover from last year, and it's probably to Rhonda or Murray, but does that mean the funds were there allocated last year and those funds are already there, we don't have to find them somewhere?
Correct, they would be in the fire equipment fleet restricted surplus, so then that just means that even though they budgeted for, say, 2.5 million to come out, what comes out of that restricted surplus would be only what they spend. So then those funds would be available for them to spend in 2026.
Okay. Thank you.
Carry on, please.
Okay, thank you. Command Unit 900, page 83. This is a new ask for 2026. It's to replace a command vehicle. You'll see the total ask of 150,000 there. However, this is a cost shared ask, so the county portion is 115,500. The other 34,500 is the portion the town would be responsible for. Any questions on that one? Okay, I'm moving to the next one then, tender 202, and this is for the Condor station as well. A deposit was placed on this and the commitment made in 2024 to purchase this apparatus. So this is a previously committed piece as well with the we put deposits down, usually 2 years ahead of time, just due to build times. They take a very long time to get into production and for us to take final delivery. So this was a commitment made by previous council, and we expect delivery, fall of 2026, and the final payment of $815,000 then for this one as well. And this is solely county funded.
Councillor McKay.
Could you elaborate as to what a water tender is?
Yeah, it's a apparatus specifically designed to shuttle water. However, it has a rated fire pump similar to the engine in the station as well. So it provides a redundant piece of equipment in that fleet should the engine have a maintenance issue, go down. It also allows us to operate in the system. We kind of, to explain how we operate rurally, is we lay what we call a rural hitch. And so we would operate like we have a fire hydrant with the first due engine and lay our large volume supply lines in, and having our water tenders with matched pumps. They're able to send their water down those lines, similar to like if you opened a fire hydrant. And what that allows us to do is, I'm sure you guys are all familiar with lots of rural properties, especially in the winter, not everything gets plowed. It's very hard to get multiple pieces of apparatus into small yards or certain types and styles of driveways. And you run into issues with backing, turning around to dump water all the time. So we set up our water shuttle from like a more of a main road, a better access point to increase efficiency, safety, and turnaround time to keep that water available for firefighting needs.
So it's essentially a water truck with a large capacity pump?
It's a water truck with a large capacity pump tank, and some small, it's got portable pump for refilling and stuff like that on it as well.
Okay. Now, is it replacing a piece of equipment? Or
It is.
this
It's
an
replacing the
additional?
current 202, which is quite a bit smaller and aged out.
And then that piece of equipment would,
Go to surplus.
okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Do you have any further questions, Councillor McKay?
Sorry.
Okay.
Next one in line there is engine rescue pump, or engine rescue 513, and this is currently the engine that's in the Nordegg Public Services Building. Its current year is 2008, and this would be a new ask for this council to put the deposit down this year and finish out payment approximately 2 years down the road.
Councillor McKay.
Would that unit that's being replaced come back, because that's that four-wheel drive unit you were talking about, so that would come back to here and replace old trusty?
So we would
Should
make
go
that
to surplus.
evaluation. What we always do is, as we replace apparatus in the fleet, we look at their overall maintenance history, if they've been, good apparatus or lemon apparatus, and we use fleet to help us make the decision of whether we should surplus something else and replace it with what's coming out of frontline service, or sometimes if they're just that bad, we'll send them right to surplus. Scott will help us make that decision. So with this one in particular, yes, I think this one will end up replacing what you're referring to, old trusty there. Or that would be the
It's the
idea.
old Condor, long story, it's saved me a few times. So is that unit in Nordegg, how close to end of life?
So we're 2020 year life cycle on these, so we're pre-planning here in 2026 with roughly that 2-year build time to take delivery in 28 to finish it out and meet the 20-year requirement, and just start that process to get the design spec and build underway.
Thank you.
Councillor Humphrey.
And like this being a new unit, you would probably put it to someplace that gets more,
Yeah, well,
and you would replace the Nordegg one with something else you juggle them in the fleet.
but that's a potential. That's part of our fleet evaluation. I'll sit down with the team, and we have a fleet master plan. However, it does need some updating. It's on my to-do list, and yeah, it definitely makes sense to cycle the apparatus upon need and busyness, right, to maximize value and longevity out of these things. There is some, or in the past, there's been some issues with this around the cost shared portion of the town station. This particular piece is actually the last piece of apparatus that is owned or partially owned by the town. And moving forward, as we replace this one, the county will now be the asset holder of all of the fire apparatus in the service. It's still cost shared with the town for town-specific stuff. However, we're the registered owners, insurers, et cetera, et cetera. We're the asset holder.
Okay, yeah, thanks.
Ms. Serhan.
Yeah, I might just add on to that. So that's exactly the opposite of the rec. So when we contribute to the town's rec, they own everything. We just give a grant. In this case, we manage. We own all the fire assets. The town just contributes. I did want to make just one comment about the build, so the deposit that's happening in 2026, because there's a deposit going on. This is one of those instances where council would be committed to that 2028 budget because they've ordered, ordered that vehicle and put a deposit down on it.
I don't see any further questions at this time.
And maybe just for council's information too, I should have maybe went over the cost share agreement. So as you know, operating is 77% county, 23% town. With capital, capital pieces that go into the town station are shared 50-50. Capital pieces outside of that, like the command unit, are split that 77-23%. That's why you would have saw that 115.5 and 34.5 on the command unit. That's the 77-23% split there. If that makes sense, just for your awareness.
Maybe I will ask one question just for information for everybody, but the effects of COVID and the inflation that it created on equipment, roughly what percentage did it increase?
Fire apparatus have gone up close to 200% since COVID. It's ridiculous. We can't control it. In fact, the U.S. Senate is investigating U.S. fire truck manufacturers for collusion.
Yeah, because these are massive ticket items, like they're substantial.
It's across North America. We're not the only ones. You know, we're currently buying stuff, trying to negate those costs as best we can by buying Canadian produced. However, most of the componentry comes out of the US. Chassis are hard to get, the whole 9 yards. So we're doing what we can, and I realize they are expensive, and it's made it worse since COVID, absolutely.
I just wanted to have that information available for council to understand why these are such substantial costs.
Okay, so if no further questions there, moving on to the next one is the self-contained breathing apparatus. Okay, so page 87, I believe, for you guys. And so this one is a large ask. It's a new ask for 2026. This one would be somewhat cost shared with the town as well. And it is to replace the entire fleet of our self-contained breathing apparatus, in addition to acquiring a decontamination unit to clean them, to support our cancer reduction initiatives for a total of $1.12 million, with the county portion being around that $976,000. So just some background on that, and again, this was presented at the ICC, is the National Fire Protection Association, which is a agency that provides standards for firefighting across North America, states that a breathing apparatus should not be more than 3 standards old. So they renew their standards about every 5 years is how it works. They put committees together and they make things safer, change technology, etc. So there was a standard established in 2002, 2008. 2013, 2019, and the newest one was actually expected to come out in 2025, and I think it's not gonna be finalized till early in 2026 here. And so just to give you some background, out of our current fleet of 66 self-contained breathing apparatus, we have a makeup of those, of which 16 are in service at the 2008 standard, so they're already 4 standards prior, and 23 SCBA in service at the 2013 standard, so right at that 3 standards of age. And obviously, if the new one gets approved, they'll be 4 standards old. So that leaves us in a position to potentially overhaul the fleet at this point. In addition, we have a lot of cylinders, air cylinders, because every SCBA we like to run for every air pack that we have 3 cylinders for it. So one that rides complete with it, plus 2 spares to change out air supply as you're operating. And we have a lot of air cylinders that have expired. They're typically only good for 15 years before DOT. It's a DOT certification that they don't pass, all related to transport. Not really that the cylinder is failure. We send them for regular hydrostatic testing as required every 5 years, but after the 15th year, they are considered non-serviceable by transportation standards. So we have not renewed some of those in anticipation of this ask, because I wasn't gonna spend money and then have to spend more money. However, if this ask is not supported, then we still have to spend some money to bring ourselves up to date. One of the reasons I'd like to do this is past practices were to purchase small numbers of SCBA per year. So we're gonna do 1 apparatus at a time, 4 to 6 SCBA. Year over year, and that keeps the overall cost presented to you guys at once low. However, it has some implications that impact the ability of us to pick and choose the best product at time when we're buying new breathing apparatus. So we get married to a vendor that's hard to change the brand, because we want to be compatible with the rest of our fleet. Because we're buying low numbers, we don't get the value of buying in bulk, right? So our costs per pack are higher. And we don't really get competition in the fire service between the vendors to drive those costs down. We also don't get to take advantage of technology changes or better products on the market that address safety and ergonomics. And we're finding with the demographic of firefighters that we have now, we have a lot of female firefighters, about 25% of our service, and even different sized males in terms of height. They're not able to wear them appropriately. So a short, small female, for example, in our current SCBA, it doesn't ride, she can't carry the weight on her hips appropriately like it was designed. And if she does, the shoulder straps are way off her shoulders, and it impacts her ability to maneuver. So one of the packs on the market, or actually a couple of vendors on the market, our manufacturers have built-in adjustments so you can accommodate for that. The current brand we're in does not do that. Another consideration is not being able to change out an entire station at a time results in training usage and at times compatibility issues. You also run into incompatibility across all the stations. If we were to do one station totally, but in a different manufacturer, it's not compatible across. And then this kind of trickle-down effect allows us to run into this situation where we run into these dated standards, as well as the air cylinder expirations past the 15 years. So moving to a whole department changeover on a 12 to 15 year capital cycle, just kind of treating it similar to an apparatus where we would do the whole service, basically ride it out to the end of the 3 standards and look for renewal again at that point, allows us to take advantage of the market, right? We can buy in bulk, we can pick the best product at the time for what's out there, and allows us to be intercompatible between all of the stations amongst our service. Okay.
Councillor McKay has a question for you.
Yeah.
Just to understand the expenditure here, it's, $475 for the packs that need to be replaced, another $100 to replace some more packs. How do we get from $575 to $975, or to 1.1?
Okay, so, I'm just getting there, so thanks, Councillor McKay, for asking.
Sorry.
So, those are costs associated if we continue to stay, if you don't support this new ask, and, we continue to stay with the brand and the manufacturer that we're currently with, to replace what's out of date and what needs replacing, in 2026, we would still have to spend $475,000 roughly.
I see.
And in 2027, again, another 191,000 to meet all the requirements to be current and up to date. So, you know, that's almost $700,000. So what I'm asking for is for $200,000, $300,000 more to do it all and get us on a rotational cycle of this 12 to 15 years where we assess and buy everything at once instead of the piecemealed approach where we would go back into that small cycle rotation and then we lose the advantage of the bulk purchasing power, picking the best product on the market. And it is, you know, eating a little bit of cost once now, but it doesn't get any cheaper if we wait another year, as we've all seen with the stuff. It just, the cost keeps going up and up and up. So I just wanted to give you those numbers so you are aware of what it would cost if we stay where we are. We still have to spend some money.
Right, and I guess that is one concern. If we go to a 12 or 15 year all-in changeover, then we're at that point of inflation to purchase an entire new fleet of apparatuses, whereas we could have managed those funds throughout that 15-year period, right? That would be my concern. That there is gonna be a significantly higher cost every time we need to turn over this.
Potentially, but I think it's
Piece of equipment.
offset a bit by the buying power of the number that you require in the fleet helps. For example, the quotes I've received to put these asks together to do the whole fleet, the SCBA per pack is about $2,000 cheaper than buying just 6 to replace one apparatus worth of SCBA, right? It's a substantial difference per pack because of the volume.
Okay.
I guess just to add maybe to Councillor McKay, council does also have the opportunity to allocate so many funds towards the fire and emergency services budget annually, right? So that when that turnover comes in 15 years or for that replacement, that
Correct.
money is
So
set aside.
my, you know, and Ron, comment on this, but we would treat this as planning in the 10-year capital plan or, you know, annually as you would start to save to buy that next fire engine. We do the same for our SCBA. We just treat it as another major capital asset cost 15 years down the road, and you start saving tomorrow for it if you choose to approve it today, so to speak, right?
Yeah, just create a reserve and then you'd set those funds aside annually.
Absolutely.
Rather than purchasing the small amounts of a.
That's what I'm asking for, is to put it in that cycle, yeah.
I don't see any other questions. Thank you for the information. Carry on.
Okay, that kind of brings me to the end of that, other than with the SCB, of course, we do have the latest purchases were made in 2022. We haven't bought any SCBA for the last 3 years in anticipation of trying to ask for what I'm asking for. So even with those newest ones, I would do my best to recoup what costs we could out of those, whether that would be, you know, I hate to just direct sell them at auction. I don't know if we get the value for them, but there's other fire departments that still use those. We would look to recover whatever costs we could. I've already had one offer from a manufacturer as well to buy back. I'm not gonna say I'm satisfied with the number he provided. I think I can do better on my own, but that's at least an option, at the very least, to recoup a little bit. So, if there's no further questions on SCBA, the last two are fire general capital, and this is similar to the CPO general capital. So we have 35,000 in there, and you'll see that's cost shared between the 77-23% between the town and the county. And this, again, is not one that's targeted to be spent. It's to capture potential equipment failures that happen where the item itself is considered a capital purchase. So something like a portable, if we had a portable pump fail on one of those tenders we talked about, to replace one is about $10,000 to $12,000. So it's really an operating item that we would need to replace. However, the cost of that item falls under capital restrictions or process thresholds. Thank you, Murray. So it's really just a contingency should we need it. And then final one, moving to the rescue lifting bags. Oh, sorry, question.
Go, please go ahead,
I'm
Councillor
just gonna
Humphrey.
bounce back, cause I just got one question that's bouncing around in my head on your, on the SCBA. So, because you've got a number of years of different ones right now, does that mean different, are there some of them that are different makes then and aren't compatible with each other? Cause I know that's a thing.
Currently, we all have it's the same brand,
Okay.
but they're different additions made to these different standards. They have different features.
Okay.
Regulator to mask, like breathing connection, has not changed. That remains the same, but there's some intricacies around accessory breathing, rapid intervention connections, which is our rescue connections. There's been some changes in basically, if you're familiar with like an air chuck fitting,
Yeah.
everybody's got their own style.
Yeah.
That was standardized across the service a while back. It was a recommendation by NFPA to do that. So we do have some inconsistencies, but generally speaking, we are compatible right now. And we've just done that on purpose to make sure we were.
But going to this capital, buy all at one time would eliminate any of that.
It would eliminate any potential for that, for sure, because you would be buying them all at once every, again,
so
12 to 15 years.
Didn't matter who was at the
Right.
fire from what department, they'd all be able to swap.
Correct.
Perfect, thank you.
That's what I'm here for. So last one then, just to finish out, is the rescue lifting bags. And this one is a combination, page 88, of a carry forward ask and a new ask for 2026. So 60,000 of the 120 you see presented for 2026 was approved and has actually been committed for 2025. Again, it was a delivery issue, so we have not received the product and have not paid for it yet. Just long wait times for the delivery of the items. And the idea was in 2025, 2026, and 2027, there was a $60,000 ask in each of those years to refresh the fleet. And again, they're a 10 to 15 year life cycle on those. And at the end of 2027, we would be done that for, the next foreseeable 7 years kind of thing. So 60,000 new for 2026 and 60,000 carryover or carry forward from 2025.
Councillor Letwin.
You said that 2026, I see 120,000, so that is 2026 plus 2025?
Correct. It's summated, so it's 60,000
per
of
year.
2025 plus 60,000 for 2026.
Okay, and you'll be needing that in 2027?
And one more year, yeah.
Yeah, so we need 60,000, not 120 then, for this budget. Okay, thank you.
Well, you actually would need 120,000 because we haven't paid it out in 2025. However, it was approved in 2025. And similar to what Rhonda mentioned about the commitment made, it's funds that are in those fire restricted reserves. And we just did not spend it in 2025, even though it was allocated. So we'd spend it in 2026 along with the new additional 60,000.
So it is in reserve then, the first 60,000?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there, Ms. Serhan?
Yeah, I maybe just want to elaborate on that. I think there's been a couple questions regarding how carry forwards work. So in legislation for municipal spending, the budget has to be allocated in the year that it's going to be spent. So even though the budget was approved in 2025, if it didn't get spent, that budget has to be included in the 2026 budget number. So it's a little bit different than what I would say your typical private industry budget might look like, would be like a project-based budget, whereas municipalities are legislated to be a fiscal-based budget. So even though there are budgets for the project as a whole, the budget for that expenditure has to be noted in the year that the money goes out. So even if it is in 2025's budget and didn't get spent, it has to be identified again in 2025. And that's how those restricted surpluses work and why capital projects are funded entirely through restricted surplus, so that any additional surpluses or planned surpluses go into those restricted surplus accounts, and those funds come out to fund those expenditures in those years that they're allocated to.
Do you have a further question, Councillor Levin?
Yeah, so what you're saying is, in 2027, our total price tag will be $180,000, but we haven't put the first $60,000 away. We have to spend it that year, is what you're saying? Or it disappears?
No, if you spend that, if those dollars are expended in 2026, then your budget would stay the same in 2027 as 60,000. If for some reason that 120,000 wasn't spent in 2026, then the budget being spent in 27 would increase to 180, but only based on what is being expended in that year, not on the project. And that's why the funding source for county capital projects has to go into a restricted surplus account, and then it's funded through that as restricted surplus.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hagan?
Just to maybe build on that, perhaps think of those restricted surplus accounts as savings accounts. Personally, if you got your main bank account, but you want to save for a new car, or heaven forbid, a new motorcycle, you set up a new account perhaps, some of us do that, and put some money in there, and then, yeah, if you don't spend it this year, the money's still there. But you still gotta get permission from your wife to buy the motorcycle in the next year, so.
Doesn't make much more sense than that.
Or she beat you to it.
Yeah.
I just surprised her.
That's, if you guys are good, I have nothing further there.
Thank you very much for the presentation and the information.
Okay. Thank you, Council.
I'm gonna, yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Councillor McKay has a question.
Not for you, Chief.
Oh.
For administration, I just want to clarify something that I mentioned earlier, and that is the deferral of the funds that we're committing to broadband until after we get the information that was requested. It was brought up by council that we should ask, would there be any penalties or any negative effect of leaving those funds in restricted surplus, but just simply deferring our decision until that February meeting, we'll call it.
Mr. Hagan?
And for clarification, are you talking about capital or operating or both?
Capital.
Just capital specifically?
With regards to the granting issues we were speaking of earlier.
Yeah, I would say at this point, the potential risk, given that it's winter, we're not gonna be constructing a whole lot. We'll be busy marketing, that's gonna come out of operations, right? So assuming that that's covered there. It's not like we're into the spring or summer and it would hold up construction. So the potential risks I see are that we could lose some time if we don't have a budget and it's deferred and we're waiting for that, for some of the activities that we could be carrying out that may or may not jeopardize our ability to get this done by the deadline. And again, our deadline on all those UBF projects is March 31st, 2027. but we're aiming for December 31st, 2026 to give ourselves some leeway there. As well, deferring the project could cause some concern on the part of internet service providers, construction companies and so forth, in terms of where's the county going with this project? What's the reason for the deferral, that sort of thing. They may not have all the information that we have collectively. So apart from that, I think there's potential there. It's just, it might be a timing delay, may put pressure on us to get done in time.
Right, and I understand the possible incidental issues that may occur, but as far as a direct cost to the taxpayer, that deferral of 4 to 6 weeks, there would be no penalties or direct costs in that timeframe.
No, not directly, it's just,
Thanks.
we would have to watch
That's all I needed.
that we don't spend any money related to the project, because we wouldn't have an approved budget to
That's
cover
correct.
it, right? It would, for us,
That's the whole point.
it would be a pause at December 31st. We'd pay the bills for the work that was done up until that point. But we wouldn't be working until we had budget and authority to continue.
Correct. Thank you.
Okay, is there any further discussion or any other questions from council? If not, I do have an item, it's related to land, and I think it would be information that would be valuable to this council. So I would like to make a request that we move to closed session at this point in time. And I'd be looking, actually, I'll make a motion that we move into closed session.
Motion on the floor.
I'll call the question, all those in favor? That motion is passed. Welcome back from our closed session. We do not have any motions coming out of closed session, but we do have, I'll be looking for one motion for the acceptance of item 6, the overview of the capital budget for information. So if a council member would like to make that motion. Councillor McKay makes the motion.
I motion that we accept the overview of the capital budget for information.
Okay, thank you very much for the motion. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. And at this time, we will recess until tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.